than be scared and not doing it at all. Just take boob at horn and do it, right? And that's how I started LIB, Living in Bondage. I directed it. Now, we directed Living in Bondage in 2018. Chris, right? Yeah. We directed Living in Bondage in 2018, ba? Chris was the line producer of Living in Bondage at the time. And Nomotunde here was my production manager on set at the time. So that's my team. When we decided, it was a whole lot of issues and everything, but we were very glad when we debuted at the cinemas and it got standing ovation. A whole lot of people were happy about it because they were scared that trying to do a sequel to an original was a very difficult task and that I was going to mess it up. They felt, oh, Ramsey, you should have just left it the way it was. We enjoyed it. Don't go and redo it and mess it up for us, you know. And they felt I was going to mess it up. But fortunately, they liked it. And it was what kickstarted also the trend in Nigeria at the time of going all out and shooting big budgeted films. Living in Bondage started it. Yeah, well, 76 started it first, to be honest. But, you know, it wasn't as successful as Living in Bondage. Now let's go back to my character being an actor, right? So I explained to you, like, over the years, I was tagged the typical lover boy, right? So I was into virtually all the love scenes and love movies and all of that. And I felt like, oof, it's too much, man. I felt like I was becoming very saturated. All the films, Victim of Love, Guilty Pleasure, Private Storm, Battle of Love, Heart of True Lover, The Love of My Life, The Love in My Bottom, The Love in My Head, all the love. There was so much love titles. It was so annoying. They flooded the market with all the love. There was a tagline just when they brought out me and Van Vicker. I said, these two guys are the ones that sold love to us. Where are they? Sold fake love to us, basically. So I felt like if I was going to direct, I was going to like change my style of, you know, being stereotyped as a lover boy. So in Living in Bondage, I did something totally different where I played the bad guy. Like, you know, has anybody seen Living in Bondage? Yeah. Are you going to speak for everybody too again? We have. We have seen it. So my name is what? Mr. Williams. Richard Williams. So in Richard Williams, a lot of people loved it because, you know, people love to hate the bad guys. And yes, I try to be that really bad person, you know, where I was more like inclining to some spiritual powers too. But I'm not going to let it out. So if you've not seen it, you can watch it. It's on Netflix. Still on Netflix. So this is my films back then and how I got to this point. So we talked about Living in Bondage, how I directed it, but we're not going into how I directed. It's just my acting part in it. So I played Richard Williams, which was different from the lover boy characters that I was used to, right? And so, some more, go back. Yeah, you see? Millions, Merry Men. Have you seen Merry Men? Yes. My wife and I, that one I hate it, eh? Accidental Spy. Now, after Living in Bondage, I directed another film, Amadas, which is also like a remake of an original from Nollywood at the time to, I think, 1993? 93, yes. That's 93, I think. And I did a remake of that too, which was also a freaking good film in its own right, I believe. And I'm just trying to picture. So let me just throw a quick question, right? If you know me and you know my movies, which of my movies do you find more interesting? Raise your hands and tell me. You mean that fake Jet Li or that fake Jackie Chan? That fake Jackie Chan. What? Oh, really? Guardian Angel? That's it? Wow. So that means you guys have not seen too many of my films, right? Over many times. Let me now throw this question very easily at you people. What was the exciting thing about Guardian Angel that you liked the most? Because now we need to start talking about arts, right? And what captivated you. So it's easier for you to understand what attracted you to a particular story or a character and why so. So if you're meant to play a character, how would you portray it too likewise? So let's go on that level. Let's start from there. So tell me the interesting thing about why you find Guardian Angel quite interesting. You need to speak out, you need to project. Project. Louder. Better. Mm-hmm. Okay. What's your name again? Lazarus? Thank you. All right. So we don't derail, because we're still going to come to Q&A. Yeah? Just calm down. We're still going to come to Q&A. I don't want to drag that unnecessarily. Basically, Lazarus just told us, give me the scenario in the movie that he liked. So that's basically what he just did. And I'm not concerned about the scenario. I'm concerned about the performances that thrilled you. Scenarios are created by visual narratives, script writing, or whatever. There's certain things about the characters, the innuendos, the gestures, expressions, is what I'm after, that I would expect that, based on the fact that that's what we're talking about, acting, right? I'm expecting that we're going to talk about that in time. Don't worry, we'll have enough time to discuss. We'll go back there. But Guardian Angel has an appeal to you guys, I think, based on the fact that there is an emotional connection. There is a little kid, and there's an actor, and an actor is being a good guy, and everybody loves the good guy. Basic, right? And then the second one is, oh, he's also Jackie Chan. At least we have one Jackie Chan in Africa. I think those things had more of an appeal to you than the performance. So what I'm just going to sell to you right now is, if you are looking into being an actor, you need to look beyond what entertains you in the movie. You need to see more of the performance of the characters. Analyze those performances. That's the way you help yourself, right? Of course, yeah, everybody will talk about their interest in films. You know what I'm saying? Why they like it. Like, for instance, I'm sure a lot of you, I want to assume that everybody here knows Denzel Washington, right? Right? One of the most exciting things about Denzel that most people like is his walk. He has a swag walk, yeah? Right? He has left an imprint of that in the hearts of a lot of people, right? But you see, the walk is not what you're going to take home as an actor, right? It's the way he delivers some of his emotions that you take home as an actor. Those are the key factors that I want you to always remember when you write down, oh, let me analyze her expression when she was upset. Let me analyze his expression when he was happy. Let me analyze his behavioral pattern, when he was lying, or when he was lying about something. All those things are the things that you should always take note of, right? So we'll talk about the exciting part of the performance of my character in Guardian Angel from now till tomorrow. There's so many incidents that would have an appeal to you, but that's not what we're about here today. We're just talking about the important thing of being the actor. So before that, we're going to go for the next phase is the tongue twisting exercise, which is also very good for acting. It helps your ability to speak with clarity under whatever circumstance and be able to do it properly. So tongue twisters are good exercises for actors because, in acting, there are monologues, there are things that you must say, and how do you go about doing them for you to perfect yourself, for you to be able to do very good monologue or very good dialogue delivery. So, I'm going to call a few of you to see if you can do this, right? And if you're ready, raise your hand. That's fast. Let's go. Also, do me a favor, guys. Please project. We're in acting class. It's very important that you don't be inhibited. Don't be shy. Actors are not shy people. Shy will inhibit you. Shy will take away your performance. Don't be. Let it out. Let out the emotions. Let out the feelings. We are here. If it's excessive, we will tell you, okay, calm down or take it easy. It's okay. But just let it out. Okay? No shy. If you're shy, you cannot perform as an actor. Believe me. It's the honest truth. If you're talking undertone, you can't perform as an actor. If I say stand up and you're doing, my name is, who are you talking to, yourself? Please, let everybody else hear you, okay? And open up. Let's start with you. Let's go. On your mark, set, go. Sorry? Why is the first line loud and the other ones as well? Do I? I didn't hear the other part. Yes, that's the whole idea.
Echoes or picked peppers. Peter picked peppers.
Take the mic. Take the mic.
Okay, I can't see.
Okay, go on. Yeah, you can stay here and take it.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where is the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
That was good. Okay. Please pass it on to the other guy.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a pepper, hey,
That was good. That was good. It was good. We're doing very well. We're doing very well. All right.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where is the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
Nice. Somebody finished. Okay, please pass it on.
Hello, I'm Charles Aroma. Let's go. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, a peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where is the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
Nice, nice. Pass it on.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where is the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
Nice, nice. Yeah, pass it on.
Yeah. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
Nice.
Is that-
Nice.
Wow. Okay.
You want to do push-ups?
No. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked?
Nice. He took his time. But that's good. So, wow, that's very strange. Usually the females are always very good with these ones. And then the guy won the girls over it. How come? All the ladies in the house, what happened? Oh, there is shy. People are shy. Don't be shy. We talked about this already, didn't we? Don't be shy, please. Let it go. So that's a tongue twister. It's very, very good for, like for instance now, if you want to do an audition or something, you do tongue twisters that it tends to like jolt your brain and gets you active and all of that. You could do that for maybe like even before you get into a set or something, especially when you have monologues and you know how you want to go about your delivery, right? It's always very important that you try and put this. It helps a lot. It's like good training. Now, the second tongue twister. Let's hope the ladies will be able to do something with this one. Now, if I tried it, I'm going to fail woefully, so I'm not going there at all. I leave it for you guys. Now, the next tongue twisting exercise. Yes. Let me give you guys. Read it. Understand it. So there is the P factor with Peter Piper, and there is the wood factor of how much wood. You ready? You ready? Where's the mic? Give it to the lady there.
Hello, my name is Mebo.
You ready?
Yes.
What's your name?
Mebo.
Memo.
Yes.
All right, Memo, speak out, please.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? If he would chuck, he would as much as he could and chuck as much wood as a woodchuck would if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Not bad. Nice. Congratulations. Who's next?
No, she's right.
Yeah, I want to see. Where are those people in the back? Yeah.
Not loud. How much wood would sorry.
It's fine. Yeah, good.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? He would chuck, he would as much as he could and chuck as much wood as a woodchuck would if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Nice. You ladies, you're not coming up with things though. Come on, where are the ladies?
I don't know.
All right,
They're scared.
They're scared, yeah?
Yeah.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? He would chuck, he would as my
All right.
All right. How much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck would chuck wood? He would chuck. He would. How much as he could chuck? How much would as he would Chuck would.
Chuck Norris.
How much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? He would chuck, he would, as much as he could, and chuck as much wood as a woodchuck would if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Not bad, not bad. All right, go back.
Hello, my name is Brenda. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? He would chuck, he would, as much as he could, and chuck as much wood as a woodchuck would if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Woo! I told you. Women, they know when they want to do it, they can get it right so well. Look at my sports. Better do it well. All right, go, let's see.
My name is Fiona.
Okay, go on.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? He would chuck, he would, as much as he could, and chuck as much wood as a woodchuck would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Good. The women took the challenge. That's awesome. Nice. So it's all right. For those of you who didn't get to do it, but just know that it's always very good to have all these tongue-twisting exercises, you know, for your ability as an actor to be able to pull things through. Now, on my next phase, I want you to go into, which of course, I'm sure a few of you know, is make-believe, right? Right? Cool. What is acting? Can anybody please define in their own terms what they think acting is? Yes, please.
Acting is a way of life.
Cool. It's a way of life. That's your definition? Yes. Nice. Who else? Nobody else? Please.
Good afternoon. Acting is it working? Hello?
It's okay, just put it.
Acting is when somebody takes on the life of somebody else and lives it to the best ability they can.
Lives it to what?
The best ability they can. Live through someone's footsteps, someone's life, and telling a story.
Awesome, good. Anybody else? Here? Where is my own definition? Did you put it there?
Hello, everyone.
No,
Charles Aroma.
before the magic eve.
Acting is the art of representing a character while telling a story based on a fictional script or a written script.
Yeah, not bad.
Hello, my name is Issa. According to me, acting is giving life to a character and a scene.
Perfect. I love that very brief, concise definition. It's really nice. Yeah, there's a guy behind, there's a girl here. It's very important that you understand what you're getting into.
Hello, my name is Sheila. Acting is an art of dressing into another character and then performing it realistically.
Entering another character and performing realistically. Go on.
Hello, my name is Kevin Daniela. Acting is living, like bringing to life a true story. Yes.
Cool. Your definition is fine. Every definition is okay. Anybody else who is very keen and wanting to give me a good
Hello.
definition that will blow my mind?
acting is a way of, an action of implicating or impersonating one's life.
Impersonating one's life, yeah.
Acting is not looking like you're acting.
Is what?
Not looking like you're acting.
Not?
Looking like you're acting, being realistic.
Acting is not looking like you're acting. Okay, cool. All right.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, hi.
My name is Atuhaire, and
Your name is what?
Atuhaire.
Ah.
Atuhaire.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's fine. Go on, go on.
Okay. And acting is simply fitting the shoes of a given character to you.
That's really nice. Right. Fitting shoes of a given character.
Hey everybody, my name is Faith. For me, acting is an activity of telling a story where an actor or an actress adopts a character.
Nice. All right. What do you want to give me?
Acting is an art of deception.
A what?
Art of deception.
I didn't hear that. Sorry. Speak out.
Acting is an art of deception.
Deception is what you say.
Rise. Don't be shy. Say it again and say it loud. Don't be shy. Speak out.
Acting is an art of deception.
It's an art of deception.
Yeah.
Sounds like a title of a film already. That's nice. I like that.
Brian Livingstone is my name.
Your
I
name is
define Brian Livingstone.
Sorry?
My name is Brian Livingstone.
Brandy.
Brian Livingstone.
Sorry. Okay. Go on. Okay.
I define acting as the art of fitting in the writer's imagination.
Fitting?
In the writer's imagination.
Sorry, I didn't hear that properly. Why do I need to come to you to hear you? Speak out.
The
Go on.
art of fitting in the writer's imagination.
The writer's imagination.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's nice. Thank you. Pass it on to the lady, and I'll be the last one. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Margaret.
Yeah, Margaret.
I describe acting as a performance to bring a story to life.
Performance bringing a story to life. Cool. Nice. Thank you, guys. The reason why I had to go around all of you, because I noticed that most of you weren't ready with the definition of acting. I would hope that coming for a class of this nature, you guys would have at least tried to make effort, because it's just right at your fingertips, like on YouTube, on Google, to understand what it takes to be this. It goes a whole lot beyond your ability to be able to get into character. You need to study. You need to understudy the art of being an actor, because it's an art. It goes beyond your ability to be able to give out simple emotions that everybody can. Okay, they say, be angry now. You can be angry and shout and make noise and blow hots as much as you can. Cry now. You can shed tears or cry me a river if possible. It goes a whole lot beyond that. There are so many details of acting that you should understand. It's very important. So basically, when you go, it tends to make you look like a full-bodied actor. It's very important that you have this at the back of your mind. Don't see it like acting is just, let me just go there and throw emotions around. If you go there and when there are things that you deliver, there's a way you actually talk to a director, and director knows that, man, yeah, this person is well informed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Plus, it's very important you take that home. I wanted you people to give me some definition of acting. It's very important so you know what you're getting involved in. Okay? Let's go to my definition. It's a bit elaborate. And the reason why it's that elaborate is because I tend to try to just want to talk about as simple as possible what I think is the take in and the take out of being an actor. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing extra. There's nothing extra. What you need to look into is how to be able to use the definition in your delivery as an actor, right? Sorry, we're losing signal, but we're going to come back in a bit. Now, with that said, I'm trying to remember some of the exercises that one does. Yeah, also, it does not make you a fool when you try to, pat your cheeks into place. Maybe you're about to do an audition, you do all of that, you shake. All those things help to shake out tension. It helps to shake out, any other emotions that might want to deter you in delivering as an actor. So all those little exercises are also very important. It's very, very important in your, getting involved into your character. To me, acting is the ability to portray a character as deep as possible. I dare say it's spiritual because it feeds on the depth of your imagination, person, emotions, physicality, mind, which makes acting very spiritual. The depth one is willing to go to make a character real without a flinch of questioning from a spectator or an audience. The ability to make a character so real that the people watching it are having difficulty believing that you are truly not that character you are playing. I say it's spiritual. The reason for the word spiritual is because it requires some form of connection between you and whatever character that you're playing. Lazarus, for instance, was told to play the character of, what's your name? Leviathan. And Leviathan is, let's assume, is an imbecile. It's just a joke. Don't take it too serious. gestures, and all of those things. That's your body. You need your voice for dialogue, to narrate, to explain. You need your voice. You need your imagination for the character. In the world of the character, you need to imagine the world of the character. Of course, with the logic of research that you have put together, you get into that world in your imagination. So like we're saying, body, voice, world, you know. Ability to analyze the scripts, very key. Extremely very key. We didn't say ability to analyze the character particularly, because that's next. The script, meaning the whole narrative of the entire story, including the one that doesn't involve your character. As an actor, you need to know the direction of the story. It's so very important. Don't lose that track. So you need to understand even your other, the other characters in the film, how they are, the conflict, the antagonist, the protagonist, you know, the connecting actor, the ones that make the story that, you know, strikes all the T's and dots all the I's. You need to know all of those details because it gives you more confidence in your performance, and you understand that, okay, your flow of performance of the character that you're trying to portray is seamless all through the story, because it's so easy for you to lose track of the flow of character when in scene 5, for instance, you're meant to be angry, and the anger transcends from scene 5 to 20. But they shoot on different days. And then they called you after 5 days when they've shot scene 5. Now we are come and shoot scene 7 right now. You drop the anger. That's because you didn't have an understanding of what the story was all about. Because if you do, you know every scene, the intensity of the character you're playing. Hence, the ability to analyze scripts, right? The fifth one is the ability to embody the character, which of course, I've mentioned that over and over. I'm just using these as the 5 tools of what you need to do to make sure that you bring out the best in a character. How to embody the character, right? Now, this is my observation of, I've mentioned earlier, of what I think some actors are quick to doing. You're thinking of the basic emotions, anger, joy, and pain. Are the 3 basic emotions that most actors think is all that takes being an actor. To throw tantrums, being a fighter out of anger, or showing pain, tears, and say, okay, laugh, you laugh. Oh my God, yeah, you just make. Those are the 3 basic emotions that I see a lot of newbies who come into the industry bring to the table. Acting goes beyond that, right? A deep creative imagination makes a deep versatile actor. Our very first tool to discuss is the imagination. We're going to go into that. But you know that a deep creative imagination makes a deep versatile actor. So as an actor, besides the fact that you are playful personality or your down-to-earth personality, when you get into that mood, right? The depth is necessary for the performance that you give as an actor. Let's go into imagination. So, Minnie Martin Frisk says that an actor is exactly as big as his imagination, meaning that there is no range of being an actor that you should not be able to achieve. No range. You should be able to, the ability to be versatile, the ability to reach out and do everything possible is what it takes. And it's here in your head. A field of play where actors can explore ranges of responses, emotions, stimuli, and actually imitate it. Your imagination, okay. Your imagination is where anything is possible, an endless and expansive field of play and creativity. Your range as an actor is built from your ability to picture and articulate uniqueness. All these are just definition of what I think you need to put into your ability to deliver and portray a character as best as you can. These are my definitions. You could define in your own easy way of how you want to portray your character. There is no definite way or style to this. It's no mathematics. You get, it's not binary fusion. 11000 110. No. It's creative, so it's intuitive, it's from inside, it's from within you. It's how you feel it. It's how you get into your world of imagination and how you want to portray the character that you want to go and give it. You get what I'm saying? So there's no style. These are just guides. These are guidelines that I'm just using here to give you an insight to what I think is best to apply. You get what I'm saying? You can start yours. You can create yours in any way possible and, have your own uniqueness, on how you want to play your character, right? Now, on my next page, it's about the same thing. Imagination is the bridge between an actor and a character. We're just enforcing the same thing that I just said. Your imagination is a bridge between you and the character, So how do you want to expand the character? How do you want to portray the uniqueness in the stimuli, the mannerisms, the gestures, everything that you want to use in portraying yourself is very, very important. How you see the world, events, people, and places, still all in your imagination. Now, there are 1 million responses to a particular action. What could the reactions be? This is just to expand your view in your imagination, the different stimuli by different people, different characters. Like I said, if you have like 10 imbeciles in a classroom, definitely all the 10 will not be behaving the same pattern, right? So meaning that there are different ways to play a character, right? Now in your imagination, you now pick the one that you think that you're very compatible, that you want to use to tell your own, or to portray your own character, how you feel you want to do it. I'll give you an instance. Has anybody seen The Godfather, Godfather 1? Yeah? Okay, Marlon Brando, who happened to be the Godfather at the time, he's dead, may his soul rest in peace. When he was called to audition to play the character, in his mind, he was thinking, oh, everybody has played Godfathers and played all this hardcore whatever in movies now. How do I change that narrative? How do I make mine different? So he put cotton wools, puffed cotton wools, like inside his mouth, like in there, and then he puffed his mouth. So he had this thing like he had almost like water in his mouth when he speaks. I don't know what you're saying, but I don't think I can go there. And it became a character that everybody in the world liked. He got it from his imagination, right here. And he became a character that there was Godfather 1, 2, 3. He did Godfather 1, he died, his son took over, and Al Pacino, for me, he was good, but I still love Marlon Brando as Godfather 1 better than the rest of the other Godfathers. He got into his imagination. That's how I was able to pull that. Now, those are the factors that you need to do when you're trying to get into your character and how you want to portray it. Very important. Now, let's go into the next title, the ability to analyze the script. I know I've spoken about this already. I've given you an insight to what my analysis, where I was telling you about when you go into reading virtually everything about the script, understanding the scenarios, the scene, your other co-actors, co-characters, and how you intend to, seamlessly understand the flow of the story. so that you don't get disjointed along the line, imbibing the script, Now, it's also doing your groundwork, because analyzing scripts is like you, besides the character that you were given, besides the character Bible that was given to you by the writer or the director, because they will give you a character Bible. So the director probably just has an idea what character you're playing. The character Bible comes like information of what the director or the writer thinks about that character, meaning the tribe and all of that. I'm going to come to that in some pretty soon. So we give you the breakdown of that. Now, you have an idea what the character Bible is. Now, when you get into your imagination, how do you then want to uniquely play that character? Very important. So the analyzing of the script and the character is very important. You need to do your research on the character. They will give you the research. That's what I talked about, the character Bible. But you need to do your own research on how you intend to play that character best for the director. And it's a suggestion. You're not imposing it on the director in any ways. You just want like, oh, director, I was thinking if I could try it like this or try it like that. What do you think? They say, okay, give me a shot. Let me see how it looks, right? And you give it to him and say, oh, I like that. Keep that. It's very important. And it also shows that you did your groundwork to get into the character. You get what I'm saying? Read the script 2 to 3 times. Study your character's lines, notes, and other characters your character relates with. I already mentioned that, but I didn't talk about how much you need to read the script. We didn't say study your character's lines was just part of it. Notes and other characters your character relates with. Say, read the script 2 to 3 times. Like I mentioned, very important for you to have an understanding of the flow of the story. It makes you more grounded as an actor because you know the flow. You know the visual narratives of where the story is going. So you're fully grounded. Now, your lines, of course, is very important. You need to imbibe the lines in your head. Please, this is one other shortcoming of most of the actors. I also I fail there too sometimes. I take it for granted that getting the script into my head, when I get on set, I'll be able to get it. It's a big flaw. It's a big mistake. Please, try as best as you can to always register your lines. Memorize your lines. Please, it's very important. When your lines are memorized, right, it's easier for you to deliver. It's easier for you to get into character. There is this disconnect when you're trying to remember the lines and you're trying to act at the same time. It tends to show. It tends to affect your performance unconsciously without you even knowing. You realize? Because in your head, you're trying to remember the line. So now maybe your reaction is supposed to be unhappy or something. So because you're struggling between getting the lines and trying to be unhappy, it tends to weaken your performance and it makes it surface driven rather than in-depth from inside, within. So please, always remember that it's important that you memorize your lines even before you go in front of the camera, or even for your audition, or for your rehearsal. Where were we? Yes. Now, if you can discuss with the writers or director to see their vision, do so. I mentioned that already. Like, you could suggest to the director how you want to uniquely play the character that you were given and play it for the director to see. You can suggest it. And it's left for them to decide they like it or they don't, okay? But it's important, like I said, it means that you have done your groundwork. You've done your good groundwork, and you're able to get through to it. The next slide is the ability to embody the character or a character. This is, we spoke about, I'm sorry, we spoke. So I already talked about this, earlier. How you embody a character. Now, these are the who's, what's, when, and why? Question that you need to ask yourself about to play a character. Who is the character? What does the character want? Where's the character? When is it? Why does the character want his go? The research that you personally make on the character you're given by the writer or the director for you to embody the character. It's very important that you ask these questions. Now, you're not asking the director. This is the research you must make. Those are the questions you ask yourself. So if I was playing this character of an imbecile, who's the character? Was he an imbecile from childhood? Was he hereditary? What part? His father? His mother? Those questions, very important. They make you more grounded. They make you know where you're coming from, you know? Like, okay, this is me. So you have gone into that world of that character by asking all this question. It makes you get into character so easily. What does the character want? This imbecile, what is he looking at? Let's assume, what do you call those kind of whiz kids that, you know, they read backwards. He doesn't understand, but he's just thinking in his mind like, someday I'm going to be a great person. That's probably what the character wants. He'll be a great person by drawing and doing great things. I know of one particular, you know, what do you call this thing? Autistic, yeah, autism kid, a child, who just browses through a city once, and he'll draw the entire city and all the streets in the city. But he's autistic, right? That's mad. This guy, one of the big whiz kid in New York, went on a helicopter ride just in New York, just one ride in New York, and he drew all the skyscrapers and all the streets and everything for an autistic person. It's like unbelievable. What does the character want? I'm going to draw something and become something big in the future. When you get into that character, when you embody the character, those are where your imaginations are going to see how uniquely you can deliver that character, right? Where is the character? Where means probably like, at that point, where is that character? Where's that character at that point? Is it at the point in his life when things are bad, good, struggling, whatever? It's important that you know all of those things. It helps you get more into that character very strongly. When is it? Meaning, assuming, what date, what time frame, and you know, all those things are very important too. It tends to help you understand the nuances, the language, for instance. Come on. When is it like time? If they say do not in 2015, today they don't say do not, they say don't. You understand what I'm saying? It tends to help you understand the time, when, place, and all of those things to get into that character. All these things are details that helps you portray and bring out a character, most importantly. Why does the character want his goal? Meaning, what's the character going to achieve in the end? Right? Of course, you've been given the story completely, and you just tell yourself, what does the character want to achieve in the end of all of this? When you put all of this together, right? Trust me. There's no director that will not know that, man, you have done your work. When you put all of this together and you face an audition or you face your director, you're willing to go. Believe me, there's no director in the world that wouldn't know that you were well prepared for that character. So one of the key questions to ask in breaking down a character, how will the character get it? What does the character need to overcome? Motivations, what drives or fuels them? Their backstory. You could create your own backstory for the character. Characterization, tribe, punchlines. We've talked about all of this already. I've broadened all of this back just a few minutes ago, talking about all of this, to get into the character, which is those what, if, when, and all of those things. We've talked about all of that here already. Now, but one important part is characterization that I wanted to share with you tribes, punchlines, accent, upbringing, mentality, environment is also very, very key in your research, which is where the logical part of the part of your imagination, the logical part comes to play. How you need to understudy what the character Bible is all about. Because you'll be given, this will come in your character Bible. The writer or the director will already give you the tribe of the character. You know, they won't give you the punchlines, you know, but they'll tell you, okay, where the tribe, they'll tell you his OCDs, his mentality or whatever. Then they'll tell you his environment. Tribe is environment. Maybe his tribe is, I'm sorry, I'm not very well informed about the tribes here in Uganda. But let's assume that a native of one village here in Uganda, but his environment at the moment is Kampala, right? So, but his tribe is one village, you know, in Uganda somewhere. And those are things that you need to understand how to apply them for your delivery. We're going to get to punchlines. We're going to get to accent of the tribe of where he's from. Punchlines are, for me, what you call, well, I'm going to get to that point, which is modulation in your delivery as an actor, how you speak, and the words that needs very important things. So it's the next one, which is the voice. Your voice is the tool that you use to explain the character the most, besides physically, of course. I like the modulation. The different ways of modulating a dialogue, played by different characters depending on how, right? Modulations are simple, like for instance, if I called you and I said, do me a monologue of 1 minute where you can seamlessly give me like 3, 4, 5 emotions, you are definitely going to use, the monologue has to have what you call modulation. Because in a monologue, let's assume in the scene you have 3 emotions: anger, pain, hate. Pain. So, me as your brother, you could do this to me. How could you possibly do this to me, Lazarus, after all I've done for you? Are you telling me that all the years that we've been together, that you're going to pay me back with this? Even when I showed you love? How evil can you possibly be, Lazarus? How evil! Those days when me and you went to find food for mother. There's things like that. So you see, modulation, you go up, you go down. It's a dramatic way of being an actor. In life, you don't do that. Because in real life, if you're angry, you reel out, you just shout, you blot it out. Ain't no modulation. But for dramatic purposes, or dramatic purpose, the modulation makes it more intense. It makes the viewers that are watching glued to the TV, looking at you while you perform. So modulation is an art for actors to apply in delivery with their voice. It's an art that you must find a way to perfect. As an actor, you don't do flat lines. When Jesus Christ came, he said everything must down and everyone. They were saying that, but where did it go down? That is flat line. In acting, you see how boring that is? It's extremely boring. You don't do flat lines as an actor. In fact, a director will just freaking kick you out immediately. Will just boot you out when you do that. You must learn to modulate. Punchlines that convey certain lines emphasize the words and the way you use it. Last of the Mohicans, Daniel Day-Lewis. I always use that as an application for actors to understand. Punchlines, right? He told the girl, in a scene from a waterfall, he told his love interest, like, go, I will find you. Because they wanted to break part. So he told her, go, I will find you. But this was the way he delivered it. He delivered it. Go, I will find you. The punchline is the word W-I-L-L, will. He didn't say, go, I will find you. He didn't say, go, I will find you. Dead, right? Flat, right? Go, I will. You see the drag on the wheel? I'm not saying punchline should be shouts. Go, I will find you. No. It depends on the way you modulate the particular word to achieve the punchline for that particular scene. Go, I will find you. So the wheel went up for it to have an emphatic, like, no matter the circumstance, come rain, come shine, no matter what's going to happen in this world, I will find you. It's definite. It was very important that you understand most of those things. So don't take dialogues in movies on serious. Don't let, like I said, if you memorize the lines so well, it'll be easy for you to understand all these things. Don't go to set unprepared. Go with your tools, which is all those 5 things that I already mentioned to you guys. All right? All of this also, like I said, tones and flows, meaning the wheel, the punchline in the wind, the tones and the flows. Your tones for the words, particular words that you mention, that you use in the dialogue. Very important. What a character you're playing, or what character you're playing, what tones are you as an actor to adopt based on the character you're playing? Is the character aggressive, subtle, mature? The different kind of characters. And I know you know. So we know that everybody is not, it's not everybody, like I can tell that most of you here, all of you here are not sane. There might be some of you amongst you that are very crazy, that are not even normal. You know yourselves, you all know. Especially the ones laughing. Those are the ones that I can tell they might not be normal. But that's just a joke. So we all know that you cannot adopt or do anything in life with normalcy as an actor. You need to find some abnormal sides to things. Okay? Find some abnormal sides to things. It tends to help convey the best performance that you can possibly ever project as being an actor. Now, I'm going to play this video for you in Gladiator by Russell Crowe. It was one of my best scenes in movies. And I want you to listen to the words that he mentioned there, his monologue. It's very key. And look at the way he said it. He wasn't too emphatic on the delivery, but it actually conveyed the message with so much potency that you feel the scene. Let's go.
Aurelius Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the armies of the North, general of the Felix Legions, loyal servant to the true Emperor Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next.
Do you have an understanding how that played out? Has anybody seen the movie Gladiator? Yes. Yeah. So talking about his monologue there, was it heavy? You felt it, right? You felt the scene. If you had watched the movie, you will understand. In the beginning of the movie, his wife and his son was murdered by that same prince that didn't like him. So he said it. Now, he wasn't extra. He wasn't, my name is the father to a murdered child, the husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my revenge in this life or the next. No, that's not it. He didn't need that. Even when the particular part of where he needed to be very angry on the actions he intends to take, and I will have my vengeance, you would assume that the character should see that with anger and with an outrage, right? But instead, that's when he calmed down, and I will have my revenge in this life or the other. He had more impact. Like, you can see in his eyes, and then we're going to get to the point where I will tell you what the eyes is. The eyes to me is a vision to the soul. We're going to get there. You can see in his expression how hurt he was and how deep and how taken he was going to take his actions to carry out what he intends to do. All right? We go to mannerism, gestures, expressions, breathing control, body language are all part of what the body tool needs to help you get into the character you're about to portray. Mannerisms, gestures. Mannerisms and gestures differ from tribe to tribe, from backgrounds, how you grew up, what it is. They are micro-behaviors that distinctively define a personality. A habitual or characteristic manner, mode, or way of doing something, distinctive quality or style, as in behavior or speech. For example, it could be a person who, when angry, stammers. Another example is someone who clears his throat every 5 seconds when he talks. My name is Ramsey, no, but I am an actor. You know, any stupid thing that just can make a character look really nice and endearing is very important on how you intend to play it. Once understood and learned, an actor employs mannerisms and gestures to deliver a wonderful performance through his or her body. You know what that means, of course. We've spoken about this, and these are all the ways, the tools that you need to do, that you need to apply to speak. When you saw Gladiator, he didn't have to be, bodily expressive with everything. You could see through his eyes his pain and his anger. Facial expressions say a lot more than words and are important in displaying a character's emotions and intentions without a sound or dialogue. I am very, very big on an actor being able to give me emotions without dialogue. Personally, I am so very big on that. I love it when an actor has the ability to convey emotions without him saying anything or without her saying anything. The eyes, like I wanted to mention, are the mirror to the soul. And the camera sees that. Never forget. The camera can tell when you're lying, meaning that when the character you're portraying is not coming from within you or from inside you, the camera can actually tell. That's why it's one of the reasons why I hate watching myself. Because I know some certain scenes I won't deliver right, but because I wasn't in-depthly driven into that character at the point in time. So I can tell, like the camera can see it. like, I just use this as an example. The investigators detect liars from their eyes. Likewise, camera sees strong emotions and could be the mirror to the soul of the character. Especially when you blow it on big screen. Like when you put a big screen here and you're watching yourself, it's easy to tell. I can see all the details on your face. I could probably even count your eyebrows. Your eyes, I can see your pain, or I can see your joy, or I can see your anger through that. So to me, I'm very big on actors who have the ability to show me those things without, just reeling out dialogue. It's stronger and heavier in film, cinematography, when a character is motivated by anger, but instead of shouting, and you can see him gearing into, you can see him about to implode without him saying it. And then the next moment, he gets into action without a word. It's actually stronger in cinematography than when the actor just say, "How dare you," and then gets into action. Once you shout or you make noise over the scene, over the character, automatically tends to weaken, the scenario. Also, the ability to be able not to judge your expressions or judge your next action is also very key in filmmaking. It's always good when you're playing a character where you switch up on the audience and the viewers. You switch it up on them like, without audience not knowing the direction of where you want to take the character to. It's always very good. Always apply that into your style of acting too. Okay? So, talked about the expressions. Now we're going to do some exercise with expressions. Now, this is talking about some of the tribes here. And I may be wrong, but back home in Nigeria, we have lots of tribes, of course, but there's the three major tribes, which is the Yoruba, Igbo, and the Hausa. So the Hausas are the northern parts of Nigeria, Igbos are the eastern, and the Yorubas are the western part of Nigeria. They all have different styles of how they react from shock. Hausas are not too expressive. They're a bit more calm. They're calmer, the Hausas, northern parts of Nigeria. The Igbos are aggressive. They're a bit more, The Yorubas are very animated. They are very, they are very animated. These are That's Yorubas for you. But the Igbos are a bit more like upfront. So Igbos are more like shocking. Yorubas are more animated and stuff like that. But I don't know how it works in your tribe here, but I'll suggest that if you're playing a character and they give you the character background of where the character is coming from, you should try and apply their expressions, their nuances, their behavioral pattern into the character you're about to portray. Okay? It's very important in your, your narrative, your expressions. So, let's go to the next one where we have the different kind of expressions. Oh, no, okay, that's birth control. Yeah, so we'll come back to that. Let's go back a little. Let me ask, can any one of you give me expressions of shock, various tribes? Who can help me with that? Of your various tribes, yeah. The Baganda, the Banyankole, the Basoga. How would they react when they are shocked? Who has an idea? Or are we saying that the shocks are usually like flat lines? Like is the same across all board? No? So yeah, let somebody, we talked about this earlier. Please don't try to be shy here in this class. No, you can't be shy. You got to let down your guard. So who can give me an expression of shock with different tribes? At least just give me 2 tribes at least. None? All right, let's go. All eyes on you. Go. So they're subtle. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that is one tribe, right? What about the other one, whichever one that's... No, don't follow this one. Don't follow. Just give anyone, any tribe, just give me one, like some tribe would be like, oh, like you said. The other tribe would be like, how? How would it be like? I don't want you to give me, I don't want you to tell me how they will, I want you to act how they will react. Don't tell me how they will react.
I'll leave that to the Baganda.
Can you give that lady over there? Act it out. That's the whole idea.
Okay, I would request someone to tell me something shocking. I'm a Muganda. My name is Namatovu. Let one person tell me something shocking in Luganda.
I just told you, you are adopted.
Echi?
That's how Baganda would.
That is so animated. Yeah.
I'm also Namatovu, but my best friend is from Moyo, and she's Langi/Madi. So, when her grandmother is reacting to something, she's like, Aka! Wululu, wululu. And then Baganda, something will say, Vaunawe.
Yeah.
So for me, when you talk about the Batoro, we all know they are calm, very calm people. So when you tell a Mutoro something shocking, you'll be like, Bojo.
That almost sounds like someone making love. Oh, Joe. Yeah. Like someone about to have a spasm. Okay. Well, yeah. So I'll take it that Ugandans are a bit more calm. So they have a few ones that are a bit animated, but you have more calmness in them than, shocking expressions. That's fine. However, if you're playing a Ugandan character based on certain things, I would probably add a few extras to it, just so it becomes a bit dramatic than being flat. It's so easy to be yourself and look flat on camera as an actor. It's very easy. There is a thin line in that, so sometimes you just need to add a bit of aesthetics to that look and expression to get the best out of it. Let's go next. Now, breath control, like in swimming, is also nice for actors when you want to act. Breath control helps you, for instance, if you have to monologue or certain lines that is a lot, and the director says, oh, I want you to run this one faster now, and you're saying that, okay, for you to do that, you need some form of breath control. You need some form of, the ability to be able to control, and of course, the tongue twisters that we talked about, the exercise, they're necessary for some of those kind of scenes, right? As an actor, you should be prepared for any of those. As an actor, you can't come and say you're an actor and say, oh, sorry, director, I cannot do that. Why are you then an actor? Please, there are no barriers. We mentioned this earlier to being an actor. There are no barriers, right? I mean, there are some excessives. Like, there are some excessives, but in the normal truth of this whole narrative is that for an actor, there is no range. You should be able to go all out to do whatever is necessary. Breath controls affects the range, the volume. So you're not running out of breath to the point, maybe the director is saying, run these lines faster. And you're not running out of breath to the point where the dialogue becomes clouded. And we couldn't make out the clarity from the dialogue, right? Once you have breath control, you have clarity. So even when you're reeling out the thing fast and everything, I can still pick all the words that you were trying to say. Hence the necessity for breath controls as rehearsals and exercises for you to help aid yourself being an actor. Delivery of dialogue and maintaining the body position stance is found in breath control, just as swimmers maintain pressure underwater by controlling their breath. Actors can hold their delivery, emotionally and dialogue-wise, under pressure by breath control. Those are important parts of the acting tools for the body. Still on the body language, you say mastering nonverbal cues makes for a rich, versatile actor whose performance leaps beyond the screen. The deaf and the dumb should be able to feel your performance. Like I mentioned, I am very, very big on your ability to be able to act for me without dialogue, for me to be able to see emotions in you without dialogue. I am very big on it. Absolutely. So nonverbal cues makes for a rich, versatile actor, where I'm able to read your emotions from your expressions. Right? Where I can tell from your emotions that you're about to go and kill. Where I can tell from your emotions that you're about to cry. I can tell from your emotions that you're about to lie. I can tell from your emotions that you're about to break someone's heart without you saying it. It's very important as an actor, the ability to do that. Because we're going to go through some exercises here, and it's very important that you try and imbibe it. Doesn't matter whether you get it right or get it wrong. I don't care. It's just going to be an exercise that you just all would try to give me some expressions on your face, and let's see how that plays out, okay? Body language encompasses the eyes, mouth, position of the body, general dispositions, which is reactions towards other characters or scenarios of a story. For instance, when you like someone or you're attentive to them, you are more likely to turn your body towards them when they speak. Body language is very, very key in acting. Do you get what I'm saying? You're in a group, right? And out of that group, there's a particular character or a person in that group that you like or you have something for, like or dislike. You notice that you probably want to be in the person's face most times. Even when the person turns off, you're still unconsciously going to where the person is facing, just to be all up in their face. It's what I call a natural gravitation of character in a movie. It's a natural gravitation. It's not forced. It comes natural. Those are things that you will apply into your acting. You get what I'm saying? The same thing here for connectivity and authenticity with your audience. The key is in the dialogue unsaid. That's what makes the most convincing characters. Does anybody know Charlie Chaplin? Yes. Of course, yeah. So Charlie Chaplin was an actor with no dialogue. It was comedy, of course, but he was very popular with it, yeah. They are very important. It's, like I mentioned, I'm very big on the ability to be able to act without saying words. It's very key for me. In fact, it's the starting point as an actor. If very possibly you can record yourself, create a scenario, record yourself with your phone, on your expressions, you create a scenario, meaning that write the script, just create a scenario, write the script, and then record yourself without dialogue. And play it back and watch yourself and see, oh, did I get these expressions right? Was I able to tell the story? Maybe like a short 5-minute story or 3-minute story. Was I able to tell the story with my expressions? It's the starting point. It's one of the offsprings of your learning how to be an actor. Very important. Now let's do this exercise. 5 range of emotions with just the face: sad, angry, joy, confused, irritated. So I want some of you to try and give me this. Let's go. You first. Expressions. Can you take off your hat so let me see your face, so I can see your face? It's okay. Okay, fine. Don't look down. Yeah, look up. You're looking at the camera. Go on.
Angry. Joy. Confused. Irritated.
Lovely. Thank you. Sit down. Clap for her, please. Round of applause. Who else? Let's go. Sad. Angry. Joy. Confused. Irritated. Okay. All right. Thanks. Who's next? All right. I see. Sad. Why do you look like a teddy bear? Sad. Right. Sad, yeah. Angry. About to light the place up. Joy. That's your joy? Brother, you must lack joy. It looks like you lack joy. Confused? That's more like you're pondering, you're wondering things. Doesn't feel like confused. Irritated. Just suck the teeth. Okay, let's go. Sad. Angry. Joy. Irritated. Confused. Irritated. Okay. Irritated was cool. Who's next? All right, let's go. Sad. Angry. Joy? Confused? Irritated? All right. Sad. Like everybody, when I say start, the first thing they do is this hand like that. Yeah, let's try it again. Sad. Angry. Jesus. Yeah, like, see how you flare your nose like that? Joy. That's your joy? Damn, you have no joy. Confused? Irritated? He's so good at wrinkling his nose. Okay. Lady in red. You ready? Let's go, sad. Angry? Joy? Confused? Irritated? Thank you, sit down. Okay, let's just say I can't do everybody, so we don't drag this beyond. But do you have an understanding of what that means? Yeah, it's very important. Your personal, and let me tell you your best coach. Does anybody have an idea who the best coach is? The mirror. Perfect, thank you. The mirror, your best coach. So most times, like when I ask for this, you're doing it and you're trying to seek approval from me to know whether you're getting it right, right? So imagine you in front of the mirror. The mirror will definitely tell you whether you got it right or not. You get, right? So your monologues and your tutorials, like personal teachings, is best in front of the mirror. Yeah, don't get shy, don't feel bad about it. Get into your crazy world. Be a loony, be a lunatic if you have to. If you want to get into that world and that character you're trying to create, be a loony, it doesn't matter. Okay? It's very important that you understand that. Now, in the next couple of slides, I will be sharing tips and lessons gathered from my experience and perspective as an actor / director. And that lesson is what I call Ramses 101. Now, when are we supposed to go for? Yes. 1 p.m. Let's go for a mini break. When are we supposed to? Am I supposed to finish this before going for the break? When is the break time?
Before you can finish this couple, then we go into monologues and auditions.
Okay, so when we come back, we'll go to monologues and auditions, right? Okay, let's finish this. So we'll go for break in a few. So I can tell people are getting pretty tired. Sorry about that. Yeah, it can be a bit compelling, these things. The reason is because a lot of people do not understand the depths of acting, and they don't see the depth. They see it from the surface. And it's very important that you have an idea what it's like. So basically, when you're going to set, you go prepared. That's why all these extra details. It can be overbearing, no doubts about it, but don't see it as overbearing. Because once you get it right, trust me, sky is your limit. In my beginning as an actor, one of my most compelling factors is dialogue and movements, okay? I love dialogue and movements, right? Some directors don't like it. Some directors just like you standing and delivering lines. I consider the lines that I'm delivering before I stand. If it's a line that is extremely very important as are to the narratives of the story that requires attention and absolute clarity, then I will stand and I will give it to you. Like in Gladiator, when he was saying, I'm the general to so legion, I'm a husband to a murdered wife, a father to a murdered child. That one required intensity of standing and just staring and delivering the lines. If he had said those lines, moving towards him, here's the two things. You're moving towards the king. The soldiers are there. If you did that, they will attack him. Right? By default, by normal default, because that's the scenario right there, right? But it's not. He has to stand, but he needed to give how he felt. So they're important. But for me, for dramatic purposes, some other scenes, I like a situation where we're taking lines, or I'm giving my lines and I'm saying, and I'm moving while I'm saying the lines. I like line and movement. It tends to create for me life in the scene, depending on what this dialogue is about anyways. So we started in Hollywood, it was mostly drama. Lighting wasn't good enough, I mentioned that earlier. The monologues that you have there most times had to be stationary because the camera and setup was stationed in one place. At the time, we didn't have camera movements as such, meaning that those accessories that helps to fine-tune camera movement, and that's the directorial angle. So for me, from my directorial part, when I get there, I will tell you my take on the camera. For me, the camera is also an actor. A lot of people think the camera is for coverage. No. In filmmaking, for me, as a director, the camera is an actor. So, if you're meant to take 5 lines with a dialogue, 5 lines, sorry. If you take 5 steps with a dialogue, right? And then you get to this point and then you turn and then you react to the other actor, right? After I've told you to do that, that's the direction the director gives you, right? Take that line with 5 steps, and after the 5 steps, you turn around and give the other actor something again, right? That's what you as an actor has done. The camera needs to now act out that part for you. Meaning that if the camera is taking your profile while walking, the camera is tracking with you. So the camera has to track. So you now have to give that 5-step in the same movement that the camera is going with you. So the camera becomes an actor alongside you. Because the camera needs to pick your movement properly so that when the camera gets to the point where you're going to spin, the camera probably does a 180 as a reveal. So the camera has become an actor on set, basically. That's a bit of derail. I'm just going into all of that necessarily. But in Hollywood, in Nollywood at the time, we didn't have all those extras. So we couldn't. So we're totally dependent on performance of the actors, being stationary and having the ability to deliver lines without hitches, with clarity and everything that is necessary to bring out life out of the character. We needed to do that right. So hence, monologues needed modulation, range, and all the punchlines to make it look endearing. I picture certain looks or mannerisms that make the performance more enticing or endearing than the regular. This is where your logic comes to play. We talked about logic earlier. Where you look at 10 imbeciles in a classroom and you pick the one that you think, if you perform the way that person is doing, it will have more appeal to the audience. Right? Like I mentioned, Marlon Brando, he tucked his mouth with cotton wools to make him feel like he had water in his mouth when he spoke. That is what it takes. Mannerisms and things that makes your performance unique and at the same time more interesting for viewers to watch. You need to create that world when you get in your imaginative world to bring this out. It's very, very good for visuals. It's good for drama. It's lovely. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you're a girl and maybe You like maybe tugging your hair when you talk, or you just do something like that. Those are mannerisms that you can create by yourself, you know. If you're a guy that probably just has a way of just probably flipping your fingers from time to time, anything that you think might give the character a memorable one. Maybe when somebody watches it, someone that meets you in real life and is playing back that character for you. I used to do this a lot in that film now, remember? You know, it means that you've done a very good work. It means that you've gone to the world of imagination and portrayed the character so strongly and so well. And that will be the end of that segment for me. And then we can go on break, stretch your legs, get some extra water, small chops, whatever it is. And then we'll be back here in, they said 10, 20 minutes. Me, I need to, nothing, personal stuff. All right.
When the world looks to your left, look to your right now. You're too young. Every girl is an angel. Enough, not strong enough to fathom the young girl with a whole world in front of her.
You promise too much. Mutamanye muri mu future murazana.
Owire bukyane busweka. Amaziga njura kwate oha. Wishing for light to come and sweep away the darkness in my life. It starts with you and me. Tukwatira mamu tuchuse. Omwana kule. Maxi, master pressure ninji. Bambi uwata manyi manji. Toka koze sako musu vya future ninji.
Ijoba no, inyekika dapa toya moti doe. Editi kokungini nyara autoside doe. Totoke dapa pekoto ne keta kine kame tungangunu keta kina mona mono kidoe. Ikoku yeni mami lili nitora kiro. Arade rai papa kone kodo chitalimo. No, it's not a kid, mamenga chamu nite mori kikino se kama titungangune roko.
We can make it better, you and I.
Take away, Jauno.
I know we can now. We can make it better, you and I.
Take away, Jauno.
Maxi, kwata maxi. Master pressure ninji. Mami, uwata manyi manji. Toka koze sako musu vya future ninji.
to your left, look to your right now. Every girl is an angel.
Young girl with a whole world in front of her, but her daddy wanna sell it to another. Her mama telling her not to embarrass her, and her boyfriend wanna make her a mother. But she got dreams, you see, better things that she wanna be. She don't wanna be engaged, cause her dreams are valid.
Where I come from, every child is a nation. Give them the energy and company. Nothing else, we sing like
what it is and no so cold so much. Every girl is an angel. Abaksham you know so cold at but so cold at
future generation.
Take your hand, reach it and take a stand. Father, let your girl learn and make a plan. Let her learn to ask, raise a hand. Not in anger, less lies, more candor. Protect those who will raise the future. Get money, get books, get a tutor. Stay smart, stay strong, this is crucial. Pregnancy can't come between you and your future.
Where I come from, every child is a nation. Give them the energy and company. Nothing else, we sing like
what it is and no so cold so much. Every girl is an angel. Abaksham you know so cold at but so cold at
future generation. Have a little faith if you believe you can make it. Nobody's perfect, but if you try, you can do better. Them say tree only bends when young, so we have to straighten them up from the start. Better picture, post a better photo. Give a good example, e.g. what would you want to be in future? You can be anything, just follow your dreams. One day you'll make it, believe in yourself.
what it is and no so cold so much. Every girl is an angel. Abaksham you know so cold at but so cold at
future generation. Emyaka gy'emito gwe birekere omuto n'omuto kabasomeni embuto ziba bazisa bubi eggwanga tulisudde mu kabi gwe mwana muwola ve kubiri bireka basajja bangi gye bali bireka bitabo bye bisooka na bidi fyuca yaddo gibawa bali.
girl just get focused, you know you can soar high. If you realize your dreams now, nothing can take you out. What it is and no so cold so much. Every girl is an angel. Abaksham you know so cold at but so cold at
Future generation. Protecting my nation.
We know who we are, shining like a star. Do it our way, live it every day. We know who we are, shining like a star. Do it our way, live it every day. Your ways,
Chusa, belazo, ulaba.
your ways,
Chusa mu, belazo, ulaba.
your ways,
Chusa, belazo.
your ways,
Okay, belazo.
ABC, I'm gonna go and see. Oh baby, hold on, let us try out, baby. Oh, we're too young, the future's bright and clear. Maybe later we go do it every day. Don't quite it and beat up. Binyumira anayomula mbwagala n'amazanyu ngalaba anaye future tomuwa bintu byaffe topapa
get your mix out.
Manyachori, find a way to change your life. Zena we noli, we can work and change the world. Nengera bana kungudo, abasula by'obulamu tebalina n'abasomyeko mbalaba bataayaaya emirimu tebalina n'obulwadde gye mpitira mbulaba butunya abantu. We can make it change, we can make it change.
We know who we are, shining like a star. Do it our way, live it every day. Your ways, your ways.
Choose better so.
Your ways, your ways.
Okay. Yes. A positive attitude, a positive mind. I might have found the cure for AIDS, NBM, not before marriage. Mvubuka, better ne courage. Sugar mami mugambe chochali mu college. Dakubuku yo, nonya knowledge. Wadoko yeso sejeno. Embera yakawuka wukumine porridge. You should be feeling so happy. Nga baby munapi. Mvubuka yo so lucky. Education is the key, stay smart, decent and elegant. Time to Kena was in Bengati elephant. Settle rispariba, so factors main constant. So veranga look up, protect yourself.
Life is precious, better know that. Quit living a fast life, you better fall back. Doing drugs so you can look cool. Don't be a fool, better stay in school. Don't lose yourself in what they do. Don't do drugs cause your friends do them too. Better be different. Maybe one day you can be the president. I'm talking about the life that you live, the choices you make, ensure that you breathe. Don't you let the peer pressure make you something you don't want to be. Live your life the best way you know. You can be whatever you want and even more. Yeah, it all starts with you. You look at me, you know dreams come true. Treasy.
We know who we are, shining like a star. Do it our way, live it every day. Your ways, your ways.
Choose better so.
Your ways, your ways.
Okay. Yes.
Steady one jump in the middle, strap it up. Nah get way unless you wrap it up, no. Slackness we nah go keep up. Respect yourself, one life we live up. Oh yeah, live it up, make the most of your life until your days up. I'm in name Lyanda, yeah to your ganda. Make the world know say we bless up, bless up. We know who we are, shining like a star. Do it our way, live it every day. We know who we are, shining like a star. Do it our way, live it every day. You gotta look within yourself, yeah. In chaos and confusion, you gotta be strong. You can make it if you believe it. You just gotta change your ways. We know who we are, shining like a star. Do it our way, live it every day. We know who we are, shining like a star. Do it our way, live it every day. Your ways, your ways.
Choose better so.
It's your life.
Choose mu better so.
Your ways, your ways.
Choose better so.
Your ways, your ways.
Okay. Yes.
Your ways, your ways. We know.
Their ways. Many tell stories about their mothers, but mine is different. Other children always talk about good clothes, sweets, and beautiful shoes their mothers buy for them. My story is complicated.
Sanji mwana wange tonnamera bbere olimere bbere nze ndigenda naawe Sanji ggulawo suule akaluuko
Sumbusa eziwooma sumbusa
Sanji mwana wange
nyabo nagulako ku sumbusa
ate ombuuza sirina bune bwafunga olowooza ennyumba gy'osula mu bwaki okuva muzeeyi waffe tuyagala ddala kumpa sente kiki wadde ennaku ezi olwokuna nkima sente zange
zaleero zaleero neyansanya nnyo
Why do I feel lonely at school? Why can't I enjoy like other students? Why can't my mother also buy me some snacks and sweets like other children? I even fear to eat my breakfast. But where is my mother? Why can't she buy me new shoes? Who is this Catholic sister? I wonder why my mother meets this woman, especially when she is not in good health.
Brenda.
Brenda, instead of doing your homework, otunuulidde nze. Kola homework naawe. Chichi.
I want to tell you something.
Tell me, what is it?
I feel insecure at school.
Brenda, saagala ebyo bikutiise. Njagala obeere mukazi w'amaanyi nga nze maama wo, si kyekyo? Akajjobula kuno keemanya, akajjobula kuno keemanya, Sanje osomanga mwana wange, Sanje ekyo gy'otokolanga, weyanirizanga abagenyi, beera wampisa mwana wange, beera omukozi ddala ddala. Mama, yeah.
Who are we? We are that far-reaching hand, going deep to the front lines to achieve continuous breakthroughs, simplifying health information and bridging the information gaps in communities. We are transformers, transforming lives with a strong belief that young people have the power to create a better future for themselves. We don't only have a strategy, we have a purpose to build and empower young people through our programs. Taking advantage of new trends and opportunities to respond to the health needs of all young people. We don't only have a vision statement, we have a vision of a world of young people making right, informed life choices. We are not just a youth-centered organization, we are champions of an informed and empowered generation. Champions with promise to keep building systems that empower and improve livelihoods, health, and the quality of life for different communities, most especially young people. This is who we are. We are young people for young people. We are Reach a Hand, Uganda. We are 10 and bold.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is that you are watching this. Welcome to our series called Future Guidance. We've realized today that a lot of our guardians and our teachers and our parents don't understand the child of the 21st century.
The first thing that we all have to do is find out who we are.
But even me at 43, I'm still discovering myself, you can imagine.
There's a lot that we can learn from others that have gone before us.
When you are young and you make the mistakes, you still have time to patch up on those mistakes.
You are talking about a child who is raised by a maid and maybe a dog at home.
Understand that today is not all about the traditional courses that make people successful.
Don't focus on the course that you're doing because it may not be a straight road, but pay attention to what is it that gives you life.
Now, as parents, you need to offer that supporting hand, that holding hand. Don't leave this to the teachers.
Now, it is our job to teach the generation that is coming to do better.
Even if you're doing something out of school, connect that dot to something.
Walk the journey with them. Do not dictate the journey.
Introducing to you the new age Sawuti Plus mobile app, a safe space for the young people, and convenient.
we're just at the beginning. But there's so much that we can do. And if this is the beginning, I can't imagine what the middle and the end will look like.
But also would love to thank the brave women and girls that have stood over time to be examples or to be exemplary to our community.
Where's the mic? Yes. The other one, yeah. Well, I hope you guys got refreshed. Some sugar, right? Yes, because you needed it. I felt everybody was getting a bit tired and not focused because we're going to go into, I'm almost done. It's almost over. We've gone through all the deeper side, you know, the very important one. Now we're probably just going to, I'm going to like challenge you a little more this time in performance, like monologues. I'm going to have you run some things by me and we'll analyze. As a matter of fact, here's what we're going to do. When we get to that point, I'll make some of you, when one actor comes and gives a monologue, I'll bring a few of you who would break it down and analyze what you think the actor's performance was like. You know, so it wouldn't just be from one perspective. A few people will talk about what they think about it. It's very important. It helps you too. Do you understand? It helps you too. So, going into monologues, as you very well know, they are a very important part of filmmaking. It's important for a director to know your ability and your range as an actor, right? So monologues are audition materials that an actor must have readily. It's always very good to record yourself and give out those emotions that we talked about. You get what I'm saying? Those emotions, like 3, 4, 5 emotions in one, you play them out. You could pick any monologue from YouTube. You could pick any monologue from films that you like. Like I love Russell Crowe in Gladiator. I love that. I always love that monologue. Do you get what I'm saying? It's something that you can use, apply. You don't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to be Hollywood. It could be a local content. You get what I'm saying? As long as you can feel that, you know, when you deliver that monologue, it's going to, you know, have an effect on the directors. Choosing a good monologue entails the following. Please, listen. Is the text captivating enough? Is the text or story breakdown memorable? Choose the words carefully. Does it connect with your audience? So, for instance, now, you want to keep some materials of you being an actor, so you want to do monologues. Find the monologue that you know will connect very strongly, that when the director watches it, like, whoa, yeah, I like the delivery, or I like the way she delivered that, I like the way he did that. It's very important that you look at some of these things, you know, the text, meaning that is a dialogue compelling enough? Is the breakdown of the narratives of the story, because it's almost like saying, give me like 3, 4, 5 emotions seamlessly in 1 minute. So you understand? It's like you have like 3, 4, 5 emotions in just maybe like a paragraph. Do you get what I'm saying? Now in that paragraph, how the punchline matters, your modulation matters, your expression matters. And then, is the dialogue also, is it strong enough? Is it captivating? Because you and I know that when Russell Crowe said, a father to a murdered child or murdered son, a husband to a murdered wife, you know that is compelling already. No one needs to tell you that those lines are heavy, right? And that's what I'm saying. So when you find monologues, look for those kind of monologues that will help you. You get what I'm saying? So that when the people, the directors and people, filmmakers are looking at it, they have something to hold on to, like, wow, this monologue is good. This person must be really good. Okay? Develop 2 contrasting materials, comedic or tragedy pieces. Learning curve: to be an actor, you need to be devoid of yourself. Let the director be worried about your looks, you be worried about your performance. Rehearse. Go back. Develop 2 contrasting materials, comedic or tragedy pieces. Meaning that, as a matter of fact, the ability for you to be able to pull, like genres like comedy or tragedy in your monologue is also very important. Like, it shows that the director is like, okay, you have range. You have the ability to be a playful character, and you have the ability to also be a deep character, right? So it's also very, very important that you can have all of that materials too, right? Learning curve: to be an actor, you need to be devoid of yourself. Please, it's very important. It's not about how you look and how you feel or whatever it is. It's not about you. Understand that. For the director, it's not. The one thing you must understand, though, directors and filmmakers already have at the back of their mind the features of the character that they want. So when they come for you, it's either your features fits perfectly in the profile that the filmmakers want, or it doesn't. And you can't force it or you can't fight it. Basically, I cannot have a character in a film where the guy is supposed to be one boy who's a hungry boy from the village, from a very poor home and a poor background, right? And you come out and you look like this teddy bear here, who is well fed. In the film, how do you explain that? It just wouldn't cut it. You get? No, it just wouldn't cut it. You probably need to have the looks of somebody who's hungry, like this man here. You can see how gaunt his face is, cheekbones so strong. Yeah, it looks like somebody who's been in the farm. You get? So already, whether you like it or not, the filmmakers, the directors already have an idea of what they want. So don't worry about that. Stop thinking about, you're doing monologues, so you're doing your eyes, you're doing your hair, and you're touching. Nah. Because the more gritty you are in the looks of the monologue, the more the director can see range. It's easier for me, right? To get the makeup artist to come and make you up while working, while on set, and give you the looks that I want, right? Than you already carving the looks for me in your monologue. Then I don't see your other side. Now, when I'm about to film, and I need to see the other side of you, maybe beating and taking out and all of that without makeup, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what a big contrast for what I saw from monologue. You don't want that playing out. So, now, that doesn't mean that you go and do a monologue and you go and look like your worst part. No, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, be your basic part. Be the basic you as best as possible. No extras, okay? Rehearsal is very, very important, bruv. Like, rehearsal help you to memorize the lines, helps you to understand, like you rehearse in front of the mirror. Like I said, your best teacher is the mirror. So you rehearse and rehearse in front of the mirror. When you do that very often, it becomes part and parcel of you. So it's easy whenever even if you're sleeping and they wake you up, come and play the character. From sleep, you get into character. It's so easy. Because you have imbibed it by rehearsing and doing it over and over and over again. So those are important things. Get a headshot, quality good headshot for monologues that you want to sell to the like I mentioned, little or less makeup. Open and close auditions. You know what that means, of course. Open auditions are the ones like open like this. Everybody comes and they do read lines or whatever. Closed auditions are maybe in some kind of, they also call few actors, probably established actors or known people, just to come read their lines. They're important that you have all of these prepped up for them. Your monologue, your headshots. Whenever you're doing a monologue, during audition, please don't just read, perform. Okay? So they would probably bring out what we call an excerpt from the script, and they tell you, take those lines, Don't just go there and say, and the cow jumped over the moon, and the moon fell down. No. You have to dramatize. Dramatize does not mean all the body. Modulation, right? Punchlines, the words that are ready, expression. It's not in audition. They say, okay, because you want to act, you decide that, how dare you tell me? you just need to be, it's here, it's everything is here. Everything is here, your voice, expressions is just here. So there's no need for the extra, you know. And eye contact. Like, you know, basically you're auditioning, the judges or whatever, the filmmakers are sitting in front of you. Yeah, treat them like they are your camera. So look at them while you deliver or while you do your stuff, right? It shows confidence when you do that, when there's eye contact. Confidence is very necessary. Like I mentioned earlier, as an actor, there's no need for shyness. There's no need to feel inhibited whatsoever. You need to be confident. You need to come out and give it like, you know what you're doing. And you're all about what it takes to be an actor. It's very important. Now, these are my films that I use a lot of time as excerpts for my take on what a versatile actor is all about, right? So I use I'm a fan, basically, yeah. Al Pacino, you know. I'm a big fan of him. So I use 3 of his films, is what I use in explaining, talking about my narratives about an actor, the ability to be versatile. I don't know if any of you have seen this, the films, Scent of a Woman? No? You've seen Gladiator, of course. Hidden Figures? Good. Now, these are all places you can pick out monologues from. There are lots of monologues in some of these films that you can pick, excerpt, and then use, to train yourself, to also have as material that you send to filmmakers so that they can have an idea what your range as an actor is more like, okay? Now, I'm going to recommend. This is Scent of a Woman, and I don't think I want to go through the video right now. We can skip that. You can go through it in due time so we don't waste too much time in all of this. These are all my film, Hidden Figures and all of that, where you can find and pick dialogues that are compelling, right? And they become part of what it takes for you to deliver as an actor, all right? So it's very imperative that you understand the in-depth meaning of being an actor. Do you understand what I mean, being? I didn't say of what an actor is. Because I assume that you're here because you want to be actors, right? Right? So you must understand the in-depth meaning of what being an actor is. You get? So I'm not using the term or in the context of a definition of what an actor is, but how you transcend into being an actor is what this is all about. And you need to understand it, and please don't play with it, don't joke with it. It's not a joke. It's a source of livelihood for a lot of people. And I don't want it to be that would be your call. My call, right? My call for me as an actor is I'm driven by passion. It's not about the money, and it's not about the fame for me, no. Yeah, you could say, yeah, easy for you to say. Shebi, you get the money. Shebi, you'll be big man, you'll be a famous person. Yeah, you could say that. True. In the beginning, it wasn't like that for me. When I started loving the industry, there was no reason, there was no money. I didn't even, in fact, I went into the industry because I wanted to pay for my GC, my external examination. That's when I went into the industry. And I didn't get the money for it either. I got the money on the streets. But over the years, because of my love and my passion, no matter what it is you do in life, no matter what it is you do, as long as you have love for it, as long as you, look, even if you're a fucking sewage cleaner, excuse my French, even if you're a sewage cleaner, like a waste cleaner, but you love to clean, like you come here and maybe there's the waste disposal is somewhere there where all the dirt is there, and you go there and you pack everything and you clean the place up. You'll be shocked that everybody wants to recommend, they'll be calling that your company. The company is very good. That guy just does it extremely well. It's because of the passion. So even as dirty as a sewage, or you're a cobbler, a shoe, you do shoes, but you're so good at it that your stitches are extremely clean, you do it out of love. It will show in your work. The same thing in acting. You want to act? Forget about the fame. Stop thinking of where you want to go or where you want to be. Think of how you want to get into that character. Think of how you want that character to be so freaking real that the world will come for you. There is one of the biggest actors in Hollywood who's won, I think, about 4 Oscars, and he's the highest. No, he's not. What's the other lady's name? No, is it Strip? No, the other one. That's won about 5 Oscars. Daniel Day-Lewis has won 4 Oscars. He doesn't do too many films. But every film he does, he comes out outstanding, that he always cuts away an Oscar. His last film was Lincoln. And he cut an award with it. And he retired after that. He's still very young. He's not that old. But guess what? His father is a shoe cobbler in Europe. And he helps his father to make shoes. He's a 4-time award-winning, Oscar-winning actor. He's extremely, extremely passionate about acting. He doesn't play. When he gets into character, it takes him about a month or 2-3 months to get out of character. He imbibes the character. There was a movie where he shot. In the film, he was on a wheelchair in the film, right? And they shot the film for like almost 6 months. Throughout the entire 6 months, he never got up the wheelchair. He got up only once because of some reason. And that was 3 months after he started. Only once. All through the film. Anytime he wants to eat, they'll feed him. He wants to use the toilet, they'll carry him to the toilet. He wants to bath, he baths on that wheelchair. He does everything. He never got up. That after the film was finished, he could not walk for a long time before his feet will get back to him being able to walk. That's what you call passion. That's what you call the ability to go all out and imbibe a character. I'm sharing this with you so you can have an understanding where you're going with this. All right? Understand where it's supposed to take you. Once you're passionate about it, the rest is history. But if you're here wanting to use the media as a red carpet to launch yourself as a fine girl or a fine boy into the world, I can guarantee you that your time will be very short. You won't have longevity as an actor. Most times, those people, they fade away very easily and quickly. But if you're driven by passion, if you love what you do, trust me, everything will come for you. People will come look for you. You see directors, everybody, they'll come look for you because they know that you're very deep in what you and you take it seriously. That is my take on today's workshop. Thank you very much, guys, for coming through. And clap for yourselves. Thank you so much. I think we're, after now, myself and my partner and colleague, we're probably going to have a bit of something extra. But that is, I'm done with the acting workshop. And I hope you got something. Yes. Yeah, there's going to be Q&A, but it's going to be with me and him. So we could talk about what your concerns are, you know, what you want to know, you know, whatever the things you can You understand? You share with us. More interactive. You know, the question Q&A is going to be very interactive. Do whatever you want. Ask whatever you want. But I beg you, don't ask about my love life. No, take that out. But you can ask about every other thing. Okay? Don't ask if I do drugs too, so. Because I do. I'm just kidding. All right. So, Chris, they're ready. Today, the next one.
Yes, I thought they were going to have lunch, but apparently.
Oh, are they having lunch? They say like, you want them to go have lunch?
It's not ready. It's stuck in traffic.
Oh, sorry guys. Something. Say the lunch is coming. God, yeah. It's okay, right? Are you speaking for everybody too?
Who's to everybody all the time?
No, the boy is not even here again. I don't know where the boy is. I don't know where that boy is.
It's going to be more conversational.
Let me just catch his break.
Yeah.
We'll find out what the update is. If you guys want to take a break, I want us to interact. Which do you prefer?
Which do you prefer, interaction or?
All right, fine.
All right, cool.
Can I get two instead? Can I use this one since we don't have the screen anymore?
Yes.
So good afternoon, everyone. Are you guys doing okay today? Did you have fun with Mr. Ramsey?
Nah, it was boring. It was too serious for them.
I feel like I'm an actor already.
It was too serious for them. They were like, oh, I didn't realize acting could be that elaborate.
Is there another seat like this? Please, do you have another seat like this?
Another stool like this, if you do. Yeah. But all right, if it's not, that's fine. Let's just go on. So, Chris, questions, please. From yesterday, you know his trend. You know he's a producer. He's a filmmaker and a producer. We talked about acting. We just finished acting. So anything that concerns you, generally, please throw it out. Make it as interactive as possible, all right? And as friendly as possible. Here I go.
So yesterday he talked about how
Yesterday, he talked about how people in the movie industry, okay, they are selected based on how they look. All right? If you don't have the looks that matches the director's perspective, you are not fit for the role. So now, my question to Ramsey, do you think your looks contributed more to your movie career, or it's just your talent?
Oh my God. That's a good one, though. That's a very good question. Yes, in a lot of ways, yes, it did. It contributed very strongly. And I'm being extremely genuine and as true as possible, as best as I can be. There was the looks and there is the passion that sustained me. And then because of my passion, I have longevity, you know. So I had an appeal. So it does contribute. But like I said, there are other factors. For instance, we mentioned the character is a farmer from a very poor home from the village. You don't expect to have a robust-looking guy come into play. You know what I'm saying? So there are other factors that don't necessarily mean it requires looks. No, it requires looks, based on environment, not based on cute-looking or fine-looking girl or something. Not necessarily. Now, I don't want it to sound racist based on the fact like, okay, so that means only fine girls and fine boys will be in front of the camera. No, of course. We've seen a lot of people, they don't necessarily look cute-looking, but yeah, they're there and they're doing freaking well as actors. You know what I'm saying? So that should not deter you. Please.
What is the biggest challenge that you've been
Can you say that again and project, please?
What?
Louder?
What is the biggest challenge you've encountered in the film industry?
I don't know. Chris, what's the biggest challenge we've encountered in the film industry?
Money.
As a producer's voice, yeah? That's a producer's heart you're hearing.
I think it's comparison between our industry and the Western world. I guess it's like comparing a baby with a 70-year-old man. You know, so it's difficult. Make a film in Uganda or Nigeria, and you're being told, do I get the microphone or don't I get the microphone? Is it okay to talk like this? Yeah. I think it's for someone else or something else. Feels like
This is screw my phone.
This is for another camera. So I think it's the comparison, the unfair comparison between the African film scene and that of the Western world. We fail to realize that while we're still battling for independence, these guys are already established. It's like comparing our leadership in our country, politics in our country, with that of America or that of the UK or that of Russia. I'm not saying it's not good to aspire for more, but we need to aspire for more the realities that we need time to grow as people. Did I answer your question?
No, but was that question for the film industry or as an actor? As an actor, okay. Challenges that you probably will encounter as an actor is one of the things that he just mentioned, which is, I hate to use the word racism, of either being a cute guy or a cute girl to get a role, right? I had challenges based on the start of Nollywood not being able to, it wasn't like my ideal form of filming or cinematography. In my head, I wanted it to be better. The challenges that I had was that cameras usually never get my right mood as I wanted. Like I remember I sit in front of the camera back then in Nollywood when we first started. And it was, you know, when I watched myself and I realized that I really gave my heart, you know, probably portraying whatever emotion I was giving at the time. Maybe I was feeling tears or crying or very down. But maybe the score, maybe the lighting, maybe the angle of the shots just didn't play it out well. And it just felt like all the effort that I put in to try and bring out that emotion was just useless because I couldn't see it after I watched it, which is one of the reasons I hate watching myself, you know, after filming. It was one of the major challenges I faced back then, which is one of the reasons why I decided to wear the directorial hat. Yeah. Yes, boss.
This is like it goes towards the actors and the directors. Get a chance to be called for a set, and someone calls you like at around 6, 7 at night, and tells you that casting you for a role. It's tomorrow. You'll be doing this role. Let me send you the script. So you get time to read the script like at night. And it's like 4 pages, and you have to have this in your head. So in the morning, you get on set, you find a big set, big cameras, big what? Just an arrival on the set, makeup starts on you, the closet, everything, but you're not sure of the lines yet. They give you the person you're having dialogues with, he's a big actor in the industry, and you're like, damn, bro, I'm acting with you, but you don't know the lines even in your head. So you get on set, the director is like, action, and you mess somewhere. The director is like, where did you get this actor? Where did you get this guy? You get? So, but it doesn't mean that you bad. But because, so how, like, as an actor who's been given this gig on a short notice, what should I do? And for the director, how should they, and the producers, how should they behave if such things, because it's normally done on series, like they call people on short notice, and they end up, how do they call it, okswaza in English? And they end up embarrassing people on set. Yeah, thank you.
So, very simple. Once they call you, you turn it down. Don't take it.
But I don't have money to. So it's hard to turn it down. And I need the money.
So it's very simple. Still, if you don't have the money, if you need the money, meaning you're going there for the money, you take the shit that comes with it. Yeah. So the truth about it is, like, if you know you are not the spontaneous kind of actor who can get something, who wouldn't get flawed by seeing lights, camera, actions, big stars on set and everything, that's probably going to shake you. If you know that's going to shake you, then don't do it. Is it that you don't do it, or you go there, whatever comes with it, you take the shit? In filmmaking right now, there are so many drawback factors. The producer will explain to you. Drawback factors of them under constraints, budgets, so many things. Maybe last minute calling actors because, prepping up was no time. They have a timeline to deliver, and so many things are drawback factors. So yes, it's definitely going to happen. Some set, you will go, they have ample time to rehearse. They have ample time to do so many things. But you can't find that across all boards. You can't expect that all movies, they will give you script ahead, go and read 1 month, prep up. No, not all. Some will be like on their toes and they're willing to go. So if you know you can't deal, meaning if you can't take the hit in the kitchen, stay out of the kitchen.
Well, I don't know if I can just contribute something. I'm not an actor, but so in my tribe, there's a proverb that says the person who asks questions can't get lost. So a lot of time when we get this call, you get excited about the fact that you're being called for a job. And maybe it might be a big set, but might be disorganized. So you'll be called to do a role in the film. First question will be, is there anything I can read about the character? Can I know who I'm playing this character against? And this is with all level of humility. Because if I say, you are just a small person, just come and act. I say, yeah, I understand that, but can I just know who I'm playing? Oh, it's against Mr. Ramsey. Oh, that would be lovely, but what's my character about? So those backstories help you. That's one. Then two, can I have like 2 minutes with the director just to ask him what he expects? Because the reason why you're embarrassed is because what he expects from you is not what you delivered for him. So you can 2 minutes conversation, like, sir, I've been casted to play the jailer in the prison. Can I just ask you, what kind of jailer am I? Am I arrogant? Am I smart? Am I calm? Am I just something that can add to what, or can I tell you what I'm interpreting so you can tell me if it works for you or not? So those kinds of things can help you know before time what goes on in the creative mind of the people that brought you there. Do you get what I'm saying? So, and I said this, put it on the platform of humility. Don't just go, they will kick you out. So you have to ask for time, especially when you're just a one-day player.
Yeah, sure.
Hello once again. My name is Atwaire Emmanuel. So here's my question. It goes to both of you, Chris and Ramsey. For me, let me say, an actor, let me give myself an example, who is rising up, and I want to keep it up there because most of the times fame hits most young actors when they are at their prime, hitting it really, really, really big, and then they mess up a lot. Now for you, I want to know what has kept you where you are, disciplined and kept on going. Most people turn to drugs and different other things, but then you, like right now, because I've watched when I was still a kid and now you're still there. So how have you done it? No, not the same, but. So I want to, discipline-wise, how can I go about it? It goes to also the directors and the movie producers.
I've mentioned it already earlier today. Did you guys hear his question?
Yes.
Huh? Okay, so please, when you guys speak, please kind of project, yeah? It almost seems like you're talking to yourself. You're talking to everyone here. Everybody's involved in this, okay? His question is very simple. He says, how did I maintain longevity in the industry till this time? What advice would I give to upcoming actors that want to rise to the same fame and want to keep it without losing touch of reality, delving into things that might destabilize them like drugs and things that might mess them up along the line, right? That's his question. For me, I say the way it is. It's still passion. I mentioned in my last in the workshop that I just shared with you, I said if you're driven by passion, you love what you do, you'll give it your all and all, and it will sustain you. So there is no particular formula to what sustains you in somewhere. Like I said, the acting world is not math. It's not 2 divided by 2 or 3 plus 3 makes 5. No, it's internal. So it's a creative, innate thing that comes from within us, right? And it guides us too. It could derail us. You could get lost somewhere along the line, but you will definitely find your bearing if you want to, because it's all inside of you. So it's all about the love for what you do, and if you like it, sky's the limit. You get to where you want. But if you don't, you can easily damage yourself in the process. Most importantly, passion. Yeah.
Mabel again. Can I please give just a minor trick to my friend that asked about the lines and stuff? So there's this paraphrasing. If you can't get the lines, all the lines as given on the script, you can just read through, understand what the line, what's the message, and then you paraphrase. You give the lines in your own words, yes, according to how you understand it. Then also, I'd like to ask Sir Chris about how to choose the production team you want to work with. And then also a musical. How do I manage a musical? Because
A musical?
Yes. That is it.
How do you manage a musical? To produce a musical? Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Produce. That's big. You know.
Oh. So forgive me. I thought the first question was for you, though.
No, she was
Give it a tribute for...
No, she was trying to tell the guy that asked the question before that you now explained. I told the guy that he should leave it, he shouldn't do it. She's saying he can paraphrase. Yeah, you can paraphrase. That's what she's trying to explain to you. That you can paraphrase whatever lines they give to you and try to put in your own words to get it out quickly. That's if the director wants it that way, though.
Well, I didn't hear. I was a bit distracted. Well, however, I heard your question for me. And someone asked this same question a few minutes back. Where is she? You, yes. So I think that first off, were you here yesterday? Okay, so yesterday before I started my class, I had mentioned that we need to be aware that the technology behind film, like I like to use the word civilization behind film, was not crafted for African storytelling. The cameras are not in our favor, the sounds are not in our favor, the system, studio or location is not in our favor, the storytelling style is not in our favor. If you think about how we used to tell stories when we were younger, Coco, what do you guys say? Koi Koi, yeah, Nobody says Koi Koi in our films in America. So because you want to play to that's like football or handball or sports. The person who created the sport has given you the rules. So you can't come with your own rules, you have to follow their rules. Now, what we have failed to do is we have failed to reorganize these systems to suit our narrative. Instead, we're trying to force our culture into the existing system. I'll tell you what I'm trying to say. So you guys drive right-hand drive vehicles in Uganda, right? We drive left-hand drives. So I'm hoping if I go, I'm going to jump on the car and drive. I tried it once in Joburg and I almost killed a policeman. And now I can drive. I've been driving for more than a decade. I've been driving for a while. But I've been driving a different kind of car. So this car that was given, I can drive it, but when I hit the road, I normally would drive on the right-hand side of the road, but you guys will drive on the left-hand side of the road. So that is messing around with my whole reasoning. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? That guy's about to hit me. Why am I saying this? I'm bringing my Nigerian driving skill to a Ugandan or a South African or a whatever driving scenario, and it's not working. So I look like I'm not driving. If there's a road safety person on the road, I will get arrested. True or false? So when you look at our stories, when we try to do musicals, why they have failed, except Sarafina, why they have failed is because we haven't tried to capture our music style. We haven't captured our dancing style. We haven't captured our art and culture in the film technology. Neither have we tried to create what can work. Because what is film? Film is capture a moment, an emotion, freeze it, and when required, release it to the person who is enjoying it. So if I capture you acting as a sad person, I capture the sadness, the grief. Then when you press play in your sitting room, I pour the grief back to you, and you just realize that you are feeling the grief that the person is playing. The moment you're not able to feel that grief, you feel like there's a disconnect. This person can't act. And like he said, he's acted before, but the director did not capture the emotion he displayed, and he felt disappointed. Now he knows what he delivered, but the person in the camera or the person directing did not capture the thing right. So if you want to do a musical, like I said to her, I believe big things come in small sizes. Any big dream you have that you cannot start small is a cost. So you want to do a musical, right? You want to do a Pitch Perfect. You want to do a Sound of Music. You want to do a big musical, Lion King. Start small. That's why you see our music videos, credit to our musicians, but our music videos, all they do is to distract us with big bombs and big boss and naked girls, because they cannot still capture the essence of our music. So they need to give you distraction for the 4 minutes. So no clip, go and watch any music video, no clip in a music video stays more than 3 seconds. Before you realize what you're watching, they change to the next one. So you just get entertained and you breeze through. But a musical, I'm on this lady, she's sad, and I'm on the wide shot of her or the tight shot of her. She needs to show me have you seen The Greatest Showman? Did you feel the emotions? That's what I'm talking about. So how do you capture this as a black cultured person, extra energetic? You need to start by practicing small. So you sing your village song to yourself in the house, put on your camera phone, capture it, test it, edit it, see, try again, develop it. Then expand to a 10 minutes, to 20 minutes, and you can go for a musical film. But if you notice when we do musicals on stage, do they work? Because stage is loud and but film is calm, and so we're not able to transcend that thing to this place. I'm going to hand over to the master to say more, but I'm just telling you what I think. So if you want to manage a musical, don't just go to a studio and say, I can do a musical on the film and collect the money and make trash out of it. We've made some musicals in my country, I'm not proud to mention them. And we've made a couple in South Africa. We're not proud to mention anyone. They all fail. And this is the reason we have not been able to capture our culture well through the film technology. So maybe you're the one that will solve the problem. So you can start small and grow it up. No, don't say every big filmmaker was one. When I started film, I went to see a senior filmmaker in Nigeria called Jetamata. I went to interview him for a documentary for a company I was working for. I walked into his house then, like he was still like 2 streets. And I saw his films on his wall, that done big films. And I was like, one day, I'm going to be like this guy. And so I was so excited. I went there for an hour, I spent 6 hours. I left there, my hair was standing, I was so excited. I saw this guy 10 years later. And he's like, I'm a fan of your job. I froze 3 years ago. Because how can Jetta be a fan of my job? Bruh, I literally started my work on your job. So don't think that because you're sitting down here listening to us, doesn't mean that you cannot be the greatest ever in Africa. Don't believe that lie. You can't be an Olympic. But however, start small. Start small. Start with your phone. Start with the short film. Start and allow people criticize you and tell you the truth. Learn from the criticism and make sure your next outing is better than your last outing. Thank you.
Inspirational.
No, he has to say something though. Bro has to say something.
No, it's fine. I mean, you've said it all. You mentioned every... No, it's true. No, it's very true. He's touched everything that is required. Because he was asking about how to inculcate like sound, and he's giving you the the background of how the film started and the ones that we have done, how terrible it is, and he's giving you advice on which way to go, which is the best advice. I couldn't tell you otherwise. Yeah, it's true you could take the bull by the horn, but come on. You don't want to go and start something of that magnitude on a bigger scale. You know, you start from somewhere. Is what I keep saying. Like, you want to make a movie right now, start with a 5-minute short film. Start with 10 minutes, 15, and then you get to the big feature. Yeah.
My name is Issa.
You carry book. Okay. All right, go on.
Once again, my name is Issa. I've designed small questions for you, both of you. But the first one goes to you, Mr. Ramsey. How do you handle versatility? Because in 2010, you won the Best Actor, and in 2020, you were nominated Best Director, and you also won Best Actor Supporting Role living in the Bondaji. How do you handle that versatility of being the director on the same film and also a leading actor on the same film, and you're nominated in 2 categories at the same film? And the second question.
Yeah, right. I think that answers. How do I handle it?
Hey, how do you handle being a director and the second time a leading actor, and the next year you did Rattlesnake, you won Best Director, Hammers?
Yeah, well, I wasn't a leading actor in Living in Bondage or Rattlesnake.
Supporting,
yes. I gave it my all in all. That's what I can say. How did I handle it? Yeah, I mean, you know the euphoria you feel when somebody applauds what you have done. They feel like you've done so well, and they applaud you, and they love you, and they show the love because you've done something well. It tells from the passion that you've given into the work. That means that you've done well, right? It's that same feeling that I get. It's like anybody else will. It's like out of the categories, you get picked for what you have done is a big thing. So I was blown away when it happened though. I was completely. I didn't see it coming because the competition was quite steep. It was very steep. I don't know maybe I also got it based on favoritism, like Ramsey. No, I know he's a Ramsey. No, you give it to him. So no competition. I don't know. But I mean, I was still very happy that I got it.
Okay, another question is, yesterday we were interacting with Chris. Chris talked about a film that is coming, Tokumbo, and I was surprised because your name is Tokumbo. And you are going to be the director. And I was asking, you're going to direct Tokumbo, your name. So I'm asking, what are we going to expect from the award-winning director, from the film, from his name, and the producer, a friend, because you've worked on a lot of films, the two of you, especially adopted scripts. You're also going to react on that, adopted, Living in a Bondage, 1992, and you also did Sampet. Is it Pretty Sampet? It's also a Neka, a remake. You're also going to react on that. And Ramsey, you've survived for more than 20 years, but you've been with your friends. Okay.
Yes, we started work on another project called Tokumbo. Tokumbo is my middle name. It's used in Nigeria as importation of fairly used vehicles. It's a name from Yoruba. The literal meaning is via the sea, meaning came through the sea, meaning not born of the land, was born from a different land and came through the sea to our land. Hence my name, because my father is Lebanese. Do you understand? But my mother is Nigerian. So my grandmother gave me the name Tokumbo. That Tokumbo also meant for fairly used cars based on they came through the sea. So when we were going to film, we had this story that came on board, and the story was about cars, fairly used cars, and an actor who smuggles the cars through the bordering country. So we decided that We had a few titles. Well, but because I was directing it, so I imposed that I'll use my name, Tokumbo. Which, of course, is also the daily name amongst traders in Nigeria for bringing fairly used vehicle to the sea. That's what they call it, Tokumbo. A lot of people don't even understand that it's an actual Yoruba name. They think is a product name. So we just wanted to create that and then have that little buzz and all. And we're very hopeful that it's going to be a good film too.
Okay, I'm not a woman, but I'm going to talk on behalf of women because I work for Richer Hand Uganda. We support women. In Nigeria, we're going to accept your industry as allowed women to participate in filmmaking. Like Tope or Shin shooting 350 episodes on Mnet series. I hope directors understand what's that. Genevieve Naji coming up with Lionheart, and it was the first African film to go to Oscar, however much it was discriminated. I would like to ask, what are the criteria you use to empower your women? Because our women, sometimes they can tell. On set, they are directors, DOPs, they disrespect them. She's like, take this shot, and the DOP, you're a woman. I want to know, how do you mentor your filmmakers to adopt that sense of respect that there is gender equality in? And the last question, Ramsey, you've survived. No, the last one. Only the last one. You've survived for 20 years. But 30? My God. You had your colleagues like Emeka Aike. There was a time I used to watch your movies with Emeka Aike when I was still in primary. But Emeka Aike got lost out of the blue. My question is, where did Emeka go? I remain Masade Issa. Let me end there.
He's been kidnapped. Okay, your first question before the what was the first question again? Oh, the women empowerment. He's one of the forebearers of that, actually. He makes sure that on his team, on our team, they're very predominant women. Like, women are producers, they're filmmakers, they're everything. And we support them with everything that we can because they're also very, very passion-driven, and they are very, very good at making things happen. Some men are a bit laid back, while some women are very, very good at making sure that what goes on. You get what I'm saying? So we empower them. We don't even need to empower them. They empower themselves by bringing the work. And we have gotten to that point where we need all hands on deck. So it's not as if we have too many choice, or, you know, like we have a potpourri of filmmakers, actors, and everything, so many that we can just pick from. The competition is pretty high. So it's all about your workforce. You get what I'm saying? So right now, if the competition is not high here, and you're just using a woman because you want to help or support her, whereas you know that the other guy is stronger than she is, then you're running your production down. What we do is whoever is stronger in that part of whatever is that we want, that we know has a pedigree of being very good at that stuff, we employ, we get. Be you a guy, be you a girl. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not, we don't bring in favoritism or partialism because she's a female. No. Everybody gets the same dose. But if they're freaking good at what they do and nobody gets to use them, then that's where the problem is. But we don't do that. We make sure that everyone is equal. We make sure that everybody gets their dough, their merit.
Dr. Bruce, you know, but one thing don't think that film is a different world from your world. Just like medicine or education, film is also a sector in your economy. And so whatever goes on in other sectors will happen in film. If your DP is telling your director to shut up because she's a woman, then the teacher will be telling the headmistress to shut up because she's a woman. So you can't fix it only in film. It has to be fixed as a society.
That's true, yeah.
So don't expect that film will be different. If that's how Uganda operates, that's how Uganda operates. And in Nigeria, it happens.
Yeah.
It's not a product of, so yes, we don't, but there are people who will tell the film director, even to talk to O'Shea, it has happened to her. I don't want to explain, but it happens to these people. But again, when you know, like, it's like you're a black person in America or in the UK where there's racism. You can't say because there's racism you don't do what you need to do. Yes, there's sexism in your business, but if you know you're good, you face the challenge, face it head on, let your work address that DP. Against fighting with him and arguing with him and make it look like you are. Let your work, let the DP know that, yes, you might be a man, I might be a woman, but I am better than you, see my work. So answer the DP with your work against looking for PT party, because you might never get that. Do you understand? He has a question about
Emeka Ike,
where is Emeka?
Emeka Ike, he has been kidnapped. I'm joking, no, he hasn't. I think he just found a different endeavor, or he just went into other things, and he moved on, you know. Some people are like that in the industry, they just move on to other things in life, you know. And also, life happens. Some people are not as passionate, you know. I'm passionate, I love my work, I love what I do, so that's why I'm still there. Some people find other better things to do, and then they go, then they leave it. Yeah. So that's the difference. Thank you. Who's next?
Hello.
How are you?
Murimutya. My name is Lucky.
Lucky?
Yes.
Amazing.
Thank you. So, my first question is, the only two. How do we as actors give ourselves relevance? Because for us here, we have a problem. If a production house builds a character, let's say like Lucky, every other production house that wants to make a movie will cast Lucky as a mother. They will not build another Lucky. Every other mother in another movie will be Lucky forever and for always. They won't build another Lucky. And also, if they want to make a movie here, instead of bringing actors like us here who are very passionate and we want to make this, they'll call for someone like, let's say Chameleon to come and act in the movie. Yet Chameleon is a musician, not an actor. We as actors here came here to do business because this is where we get our daily living from. But these guys will reject us and put musicians and public figures like I won't mention names, but they'll call models, they'll call anybody else apart from actors. So I'm asking, how do we make ourselves relevant so that these guys know that we are here and we came into the business to survive? Then another, what strategies did you guys as Nigerian actors use to make sure that the government recognizes that you guys are there as a sector? For us here as actors, we are not recognized. Now let's say, for example, if a company like Coca-Cola wants to make an advert, the models will be from South Africa. Yet us guys are here looking for what to eat, and we can do these adverts even better than the South Africans. So.
Okay. You want to take the question? Yeah.
So first I would like to say that the Ugandan film industry is young. Not because it just started yesterday, but because you started, you stopped, you started again. We need to understand that when you hear 30 years, 35 years, these things actually are real. Hollywood is 31 years. It's a lot of time. A lot of people are not up to 31 years. You know, it takes time for things to rise. And the fact that you see things have risen does not mean there are not still things that are going wrong within the system. But maybe someone has decided to get used to the wrongs or have decided to raise their head above the storms. So even in our country, I do not think the government supports us, but let's even leave that by the side. Let's come to the actors, how do you stay relevant? While you're thinking about your business as an actor, the producer and the executive producer and the investors are thinking about how their money can stay safe. So yes, I care about you being an actor and having food to eat and building your own houses. But I have gone to a bank, or I've gone to my uncle, I've gone to someone to take money, let's assume $1 billion Ugandan shillings. If I use that money to hire you, and I make a film, what is the guarantee that you will make my film sell so that I can take back the 1 billion Uganda shillings back to where I got it from and even put some interest on it? Are you giving me more value than performance?
Than Cabellion.
You understand me? Because, but again, it's two-sided. So why, I just need you to open your mind beyond as an actor. Because playing victim cannot develop the industry. What you should be asking yourself is, how can I bring value beyond, performance is important. But no matter how good you perform, if people don't come and see your performance, then it's not worth it financially to anybody. So as an actor, what do you do? So they'll rather go to the influencers or to the musicians or to the comedians or to the socialites. So they can use those people to attract. If they find actors who have that value, they will certainly bring it. So what happens most times is that we stay on the creative, developing your art. You have just learned today. So you're doing all of that, making sure you're like Al Pacino, you're like Danny Day-Lewis, like Meryl Streep. But however, you need to also understand that if I see your face on a poster in the cinema or while I'm browsing the internet, can your face make me click on the video and go to watch it? If it cannot, what are you doing today to make sure in another 2, 3, 5 years, your face can make me click? Do you understand me? So, so yes, these other people need to do a little more. And this also applies to the South African domination. Positioning. So you here yesterday, we talked about strategy. You need to learn how to position. I will tell you, Ronaldo and Messi are not the best footballers in the world.
Yeah.
They are not. They are the only ones that have been seen. They are the ones that have been seen. The best footballer might be in Kololo, kicking wood. But nobody has found him, so nobody knows about him.
So he's not the best.
What I'm saying, he might be able to do what Ronaldo cannot do, but nobody is seeing him. The best actor in Africa might not be Ramsey Noah. It might be someone somewhere in Nyonyo. Is it Nyonyo?
Or here.
Or even here. But you need to strategically find how to position yourself. Positioning is not just having friends. It's knowing how to lobby, how to network, how to amplify the small that you have done, how to show the world your progression, so that they can, because the world only understands money. The world has no care, passion, or fear. What the world understands is profit and money. So you can stay as a victim and they will make you a victim forever, but you can also, even your country. I was sharing yesterday about Flavor. Flavor was singing in Nigeria, nobody cared. He was singing on the streets, in beer parlors. He was super talented in Enugu. Nobody cared. His song became a hit in South Africa. That's how we realized that, Chinedu the single. We now want to bring him back to Nigeria. I'm telling you a real story, go and check it on Google. So no, even actors like them, they were acting, nobody sent them. And even till now, it's still like this. When there's political period, they'll call the two and say, vote Keniko. The next year, they will abandon them because they really don't care. So leave the pity party, and while they're using you, also look for how to use them. So what I'm saying is, keep working. Let the government support not be your target. Let global recognition be your target. When you put your name on the world map, your president will call your number and ask you, what do you want? Amen. I hope I answered your two questions. Wahala.
The question is plenty.
This is like conversation already.
He plenty you
No, someone is already here. How do you use taking the microphones around?
They're just sharing that mic around that place. I know, he wants to ask. Go on, ask. Go ahead.
My question is, how do you know how do you get to know your target market, and how do you choose your content?
How do we choose our content?
And how do you know your audience? Like, I'm going to be this
We usually go to space to go and find the content too. We go to the moon, we go to Mars, we go to... Just kidding. Contents, let him answer that. Basically, contents are just... Let him just answer. He's a producer. He'll explain better.
So I really wish we had more time in this masterclass. There's a slide. There's a slide called The Good Script. So the good script, what we tried to do there was to define the parameters to know the kind of story to make. Also, I don't know how people make films and don't consume films. You're not consuming films because you're trying to criticize other people's work. You need to see what's the audience. The story is not for you. If you were here yesterday, we said Coco, yeah. Koi, yeah, meaning that you need to confirm you have an audience. So you're not making it for yourself. Whatever idea you have, a story, script, have you located who wants to see that story? We talked about how we do heavy drama. Telling me how my friend told me in my drama, people are always dying, and that's why it doesn't sell in the cinema, because people just want to see love and laugh. But me, I will kill somebody. Even this one now, this Tokumbo, we have killed somebody again. So I don't know why I keep killing people, but however, they're telling me that is a problem for my market. Maybe that's why I'm not very rich yet. So what I'm saying is, there is no content that is accepted or not accepted. You have to do your own work as a producer. That question is a producer's question. You need to ask yourself, which market am I targeting? I'll give another analysis. Think about Serafina. Do you think any white racist South African would have bought that film to watch? So it wasn't targeted at them. So you need to know who wants to watch. And if the people that are about to watch, if they have enough buying power to make you go and invest your money and your time in such a project. So against us saying comedy, or no, do drama, or do horror. No, you have to find your niche. You have to creatively think about all of that before you engage a writer and start developing a story. Do you understand? So there's no story that is accepted or not accepted. Because even comedy in Nigeria, at some point, started fading away. Because people felt that it was a lazy way out. People are not trying to do more drama. Now the drama is saturated with us again.
Now we're doing horror films, horror.
We have to go somewhere else. So what keeps you ahead of everybody is you doing this work. Go to the cinema, not even watch a film. Stay by the counter. Just ask questions there. What do they watch when they come? What do they prefer? Why don't they like this one? Go back home, calculate, meet with your team, do brainstorm sessions and what they call those things, peer group conversations. Then you can now develop what next you want to do. Do you understand me? Do you guys do M&E here? Do they send product people? Do they send people to your houses to ask you about your toothpaste or your soap? Do you like how your soap is? They're trying to get report to know how to make the next soap better. So it's called feedback. Because end of the day, our business is solely in the hands of the consumer. They determine what you should do, except you're making the film for yourself, which is not impossible. Did I answer your question?
Can you carry the phone? Microphone this way.
No, this side.
Hey.
Oh, the last one on this side. This one.
You guys. You people here.
Parliament.
You guys, they are racists.
On one of the biggest challenges we have as an industry. Looking back to where the Nigerian film industry started, there is a way it penetrated not only West Africa, but to East Africa. So the last time I was in the Nigerian theater for cinema, I was so challenged to find that out of the 10 movies that we are showing, I think 7 of them were Nigerian movies, which is not the case here. The case here, you'd find that out of the 10, 9 of them is Ugandan. Once in a while, we have a Ugandan, which is not their fault. My question is, how have you managed to bridge the gap with your audience for the people to fall in love with your work? Because people do fall in love with our work, but how have you been able to track them, keep them tagged to what you're doing and following it up? I was at a movie awards ceremony, the Amas, of 2021, and I was surprised to find out that the people seated next to me had actually paid tickets to come for the event, and they were not filmmakers. They're just film lovers. And I was so challenged because when we get back here, we find that we get to such movie ceremonies or occasions, and we are only filmmakers. So I was interested in the way that even non-filmmakers find the interest of going an extra mile of not only watching the content or the works in cinemas, but go ahead to follow up on such occasions. So I find it a big concern as filmmakers. We might have achieved a lot as a young industry, that is the Ugandan industry, in terms of what happens behind the camera, what happens with the script, the actors we are trying to do, whatever we're doing. But I feel like we are still lacking on that connection to the audience. What were your distribution avenues? I mean, Ramsey, back then, how were you able to tap not only to the local market, but even cut across? Yes, we understand a lot has changed right now, but before everything came, the Netflix and all that, like what were those distribution avenues that got you to the local person, and then it did not get hectic in the long run? Yes, I know it could have gotten, but you persisted to this point. I feel like that is one of the biggest challenges, because we have people here who are so committed to doing good works, but they are demotivated because that channel has been failed to be figured out. So if only we could have a discussion about that. Thank you so much.
I think I have an idea what you've said. If you've listened to how Chris analyzed it, you would have probably found an answer to the question you asked, right? But just so I can buttress it, I see you're saying it from more of a pained perspective, or like a victim perspective. Don't play the victim. You have to take the bull by the horn and do what you need to do to achieve your goal. It didn't happen by fluke in Nigeria either. It was work upon work. It was trial and error, several fails, consistency that got us to where we are. So if you're saying there are some very, very good filmmakers amongst you here who are getting easily deflated because they're not achieving their goals and they give up, well, if you give up, ain't nobody is going to encourage you. The only way is just you keep trying till you get it right. Make the comparisons. Let's start with the music industry, for instance. How did they make it? Nigerian, they were doing their songs before. Did they go global? No. But thank God for social media platform, they now go global. Besides that, they tried everything. There's an influence of Kwaito beats, of Hollywood beats, and all of those beats with our beats, fusion of everything to make the songs that they make. And that's the way they were able to find a global audience. So you need to think what you need to infuse into your jobs, not giving up, to get to that point where you are able to meet the taste palettes of your audience. That's all I can say. Thank you. Who's with the mic? Okay.
I have it.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isaac Haweka. I'm an actor, producer, director, under apprenticeship.
Wonderful. Only you.
I do voice acting, screen acting. I do language interpretation. I'm glad.
Are you marketing? Let me just get this straight.
Beautiful strategy, sir.
I know. I'm just messing with you. Go on.
First of all, I'd like to thank you guys for coming through. You killed a minute and spared it for us. We appreciate it. I have just 2 questions. East Africa, specifically Uganda, before you got here, is there any content or film that you have seen and it has taken your attention and you would want to watch it tomorrow and the other day? Question 2. Have you been able to see any content made in Uganda that you have loved? I hope you get it now. 2, do you have intentions or do you plan to collaborate with Uganda or Ugandan content creators in terms of film anytime soon? I would love to work with you guys. Thank you.
Chris.
Thank you, man of many parts. Yes, we have seen stuff. There's a proud son of Uganda you guys should always be proud of. His name is Lukman Ali. And Lukman Ali in the past 2 years has put Uganda in the African map. African famous, yes. To the point that, I wish he comes around, maybe he'll be at the award. To the point that we even made a film in Nigeria that he was brought into Nigeria to DP and direct. And it's one of the best movies we had last year. So please put your hands together from Lukman Ali. However, I don't think it's about Uganda. I think it's about Africa. Because as much as we try to make ourselves look very different, I think we're still the same. Like, the way you feel about your president is the same way I feel about my president. The way you feel about, I'm not joking, let's be honest. You have the same problem, huh? The new and the old. So it's Africa. We can't act like we are safe. These things get around. If Africa gets into trouble today, the migration and the immigrants will go to Kenya, go to Somalia, might end up in Nigeria. So it's going to affect everybody. So it's not about an Operation Save Uganda. I think it's an Operation Save Africa. Because your country is big enough, but if you want to grow, you might want to think continentally. Because how beautiful would it be that I make a film in Nigeria and the film can be watched from the tusk of Morocco to the soul of Pretoria, against me just selling it in Lagos and Sokoto and Abuja? And how would it feel amazing if you make a film also in Kampala and that film is being watched in Borno in Nigeria and also watched in Tunisia? Then we can now work together. You know, I can't reach that door from where I'm sitting. But if I touch my sister's finger and she stretches, and touches the next person, before we do 10 people, we're going to get to the door. So why do I sit down and stretch myself and lose my spinal cord when I can find partnerships that can take me there faster and I won't be stressed? That's what this is about. So it's not about Uganda. So the first question is, yes, we've seen a few countries that has showed us that there is something here. So there is in Zambia, so there is in South Africa, so there is in Kigali, in Rwanda, so there is in South Sudan. However, we have come to interact, feel the balls, feel the pulse, and see how we can go forward. Are we interested in working with Uganda? Yes, we are interested. But like I said yesterday, you're not here. Were you here yesterday?
No, I wasn't.
I said yesterday that the greatest challenge of partnerships between countries is when one country feels like they've been deprived enough and the other country should bring their wealth and invest in them. It doesn't work that way. Because while you're thinking about film, there's also the context of economy, which you cannot just pack your Ugandan shillings and come to Nigeria and spray it there. You're going to demarket an already devalued shilling. So what happens is you partner, and in your partnership, you look for how both parties can enjoy the partnership. It's like a marriage. When you get married to your wife, you as a husband, there are things you like that you will keep, and the things you like you might lose. And her as a wife, the things she likes that she will keep, the things she likes that she might lose. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. If not, you're not going to stay married. After a year or two, you're going to get divorced. So somebody has to take a little sacrifice. So if there's going to be that, yes, we're interested. But the question now is Uganda ready and is Nigeria ready to have that kind of partnership and also lose some sacrifice in the process? But yes, there are conversations, and with people like Lukman and Humphrey and Matthew Mabiso, certainly there will be some partnership in the coming future.
And during that partnership, we are going to look for South African models.
We can do it here.
Just joking.
Hello. My name is Zoe Mbasa, producer, Next Media Services. I have 2 questions. What techniques do you use in selecting a script that ensures that it's viable? And how do you choose a cast that's going to highlight the story that you're trying to tell in terms of establishing chemistry and aside from obviously the look of the actor, what other things do you use to determine that this cast is going to bring out the storytelling as the individual actors and as the ensemble? Yeah, those are my 2 questions.
Like I said before, there are parameters. It's not an answer I can give now. It's a full-blown lecture. Because there are like 30, 40 things to look at before you select the script. Because while you're looking for what to entertain people, there are no things that you need to explore. What's your purpose of making a film? Do you want to make money? So beyond entertaining people, how far can your film travel? What is the shelf life of your film? The films you put on TV are films that have short shelf lives. The films you put in the cinema are films that have long shelf lives. We're standing here today, we're talking to Mr. Ramsey about 76, Living in Bondage, because those films have long shelf lives. But there are films he's done that we didn't hear about because it didn't last beyond 2 weeks. Because the producer did not see fire. But that doesn't make the producer a bad producer. The person just wanted to turn over some big money.
Just a useless producer.
Yeah, just a useless producer. So it depends on who is asking. But there are parameters. There's also merchandising we spoke about yesterday. There's franchise. There's a lot of things. When we made Living in Bondage, we paid a man who made a film 30 years ago. We paid him millions of naira to get him to give us the rights to the film. So you can make a film today, and in 2070, if the world has not ended, somebody might want to come and
redo it. Yeah.
So that's a bit why. But however, these things do exist. But you have to ask yourself a question: what kind of film do I want to make, and what makes the film yet?
No, I meant like in terms of like when you're reading the script.
As what? As a producer or as a
Yeah, as a producer, they sent you a script. You're reading it. What the words before marketing, distribution, all that, the words that you're reading, the technique that the writer is using. From there, can you tell that this script might be viable before you even get to that stage?
That's what I'm saying. So what makes it so good? Good is relative. Good is relative. Like I said yesterday, we're sitting down here now from Nigeria, from the tropics. I'm sweating. Like I go around in Uganda, I don't see ACs everywhere. I'm wondering, how do people live without ACs? In Nigeria, every second we're in air condition. But you guys have a cooler weather, we have is scorching, we're on 40 degrees. So it's relative. So you said, how do you know if the script is good? The question is, why are you making the film? If you're making a film because you want to appeal to the international audience, I'll use LGBTQ, for example. If you're trying to make a film and you want to appeal to outside Uganda, you can look at the script that has those kinds of things. You want to sell the film in Uganda, and you're putting LGBTQ inside. You'll be arrested and you are done. So no matter how good that script is, it's a time bomb. Am I making sense? So the question cannot be answered because you need to know what exactly you're looking for. When Genevieve made Lion Heart, she had a plan to take the film to the Oscars. However, the Oscars had a rule of language. The percentage of film, the language you should have in the film. The film did not meet it or something like that, I can't remember. If she had known, she would have included it in the script.
I was part of the judges that took it out. I had bad belly.
What I'm saying is, you can't say good or bad. I even gave an example yesterday about how people get married, and they say, meet my beautiful wife, and you look at it and say, but you just behave yourself and not say, hi, beautiful madam. Because to the man, the woman is beautiful, but to the other person, like, oh, what did you marry?
It's in the eye of the beholder.
So it's going to be kind of tricky. However, when you pick up a script and the script engages you, it is easier for the director and the technical people to recreate. It's easier to spoil a bad script, so a good script, than to fix a bad script. If the script is bad, don't even bother. It's better to take a script that works for you. So when you're reading it, what does it do to you? Do you visualize it? Is it in sync with why you're making the film? If it flows with you, then it's a good script for you. There's nothing like a good script for everybody. I don't know if that makes any sense to you. Yes. But however, like I said, we're hoping to do, I don't know what today is, we're hoping to do a Zoom next week to answer more questions and also treat these good scripts. But it has to be on Zoom because we're living this. So please try and be part of that.
Second question, sorry, that I asked was about the cast.
Next.
The second question I asked was about how do you choose. The second question I asked was about how do you choose a cast that is, what techniques do you use in identifying a cast? What techniques do you use to identify a cast that is going to bring your story to life?
Oh, okay. So, there are 4 things for, this is me as a person, and the system that we're trying to improve. We look at the person's physical attributes, the person's jet for performance, dexterity, the person's value, commercial value, and also the person's attitude to work. So you might fit the role physically and not be able to act. That might be a green, that might be a red light for me. You might fit the role, be able to act, but have terrible work ethics, because now you're going to come when the DP is tired in the night and cannot capture what you're doing. You might come and spoil the entire energy in the room and people cannot work well. And now you might be able to work well, look the part, and also act well, but you don't have any commercial value for me. If the film is meant to make some profit, I might have a second thought on it. But these 4 parameters I look at. Commercial, no, let me start. Dexterity, performance, depth, physical look, commercial value, and work ethics. This is matter to us. Thank you.
Next.
South Sudanese. Yeah. So South Sudanese. Yeah. Yeah. So my question goes to you as directors. Don't you think you should? Don't you think directors should focus more? Okay, no. Don't you think directors should focus more on creating a connection between the actors? Because let's say you call an audition and I go an audition, and it's a monologue, and you choose me. Because as an actress, it's a monologue, I'm feeding off my own energy. But then on set, we meet on set, I get to have a best friend or a boyfriend, and we literally have no connection. We can be the best actors and actresses, but we have no connection. No matter how much we try, we just act as boyfriend and girlfriend. We don't get to be boyfriend, girlfriend, or best friend, you know? So before shooting, don't you think directors should give actors about a month of trying to connect, just not the actors alone, but the director should be there as a third party to help connect, create that emotions between the two? Thank you.
I got you. Yeah, if faced with the privilege that you have that ample time enough, yeah, to rehearse, yes, why not? Things can be changed to work out. But some directors are very, straight on. Once they have the looks of what they want and they feel like you guys can perform, and you guys don't have a synergy, they will basically make sure that whatever they can capture, right, at that moment is okay for them. We've seen several people in Hollywood where the actors are not compatible. They're not even friends at all. They are loggerheads, they fight. But they still act, and when you watch it, you will not see that detail in the film at all. Because the director could find a common ground and a bearing. Now, the synergy between two actors, most times, is what an actor naturally should work upon. They should work upon it. You're not meant to have, as an actor, you're not meant to have likes and dislikes. No. If you're a star, you come on set and say, well, I like this kind of food, understandable, yes. We'll dot on you. If you're a star and you have a huge influence on the marketing of the film, and you say you don't want this other actor, yes, you could still pull the same strings. Yes, you could. But professional ethics does not require an actor to have any bias over what is being given on set, professionally. So you should find a bearing, even if you know that, okay, you're not in sync with the other actor, you guys just look for a way to force it or make it happen. By default, that's how it works. Thank you. Next.
You don't have the microphone, he has the microphone.
No, we need a microphone because we're recording it. They'll send to you very soon, okay?
Hi everyone, my name is Roger.
Everybody, and I work with Next Media, that is Sanyukan NBS, as a brand designer. And I've been a producer for a series of time, and my challenge is people. Let's say the actor, the presenter. So my question is, as a producer, how do you manage to deal with the actor who's letting down the cast? Who's letting down the production?
Usually we fight. I'm just joking.
Again, I'm going to refer you back to yesterday's class, and I think maybe some people have to make available that video for people to watch, because obviously everybody in Uganda is a producer. Well, first off is, let's stop isolating film from the real world. Let's assume you're about to start a business. You want to start a business of a tailoring business. You want to start making clothes. And you hear this guy, he's so good, but he's terrible, he lies a lot, and he doesn't deliver on time. Would you hire him? So when it comes to film, you don't apply that process, but think it's film. Film is still business. It's show business. So you look at I said to her earlier, 4 parameters. So the guy has commercial value, he can act, but he's got terrible work ethics. It's what they call work chemistry. And which is, someone said it about another actor letting another actor down. So this person is good, but not good with this person. It's going to be a problem. I have a friend who casted a divorced couple to play a couple in a film. I'm like, are you mad? They are divorced. They are angry with each other. And you want them to play lovers in your film. So they're going to use your film to make up. Why would you want to do that? World War IV. So people like to deceive themselves. But if you know you're a producer, except a case where there's no other person, and when you have that kind of case, you give the person a 50-page contract. You cannot smile, you cannot be angry, you have to make sure you list all those things and sign it and stamp it, maybe in front of a judge, so that you know that you're serious. But if not, save yourself trouble. So yesterday we said that for you to shoot a film, it means that you as a producer, you have done every check, and you have realized that the film is ready to go. That's why we called it yesterday, before you say action. So if that thing happens in your shoot, it means that somebody didn't do their due process. Are you getting it? So you need to investigate. If the person has been in a film before, and don't work with rumors. Call the producer of the film, say, hi, my name is Nasiru, blah, blah, blah. I'm the producer of the film. I want to know how this person performed on your set. Was it difficult working with him? You can ask those questions. If one is too much, invite them for lunch. Because you're about to put your time, your energy, your money into something. You want to be sure of what the person has to do for you. Finally, in the case where you've done everything you can, and the person has done 20 scenes and decides to grow an attitude, you have to also be a politician. You have to know. So see, actors have egos. I can say I'm one of the biggest producers in Nigeria, but I've won shoes for actors before because I just want them to go do it. In the Naked, the Princess happened. One of my actresses was angry. She came in the morning. She did not shoot till 1 a.m. I went to my knees and I wore her sandals for her. Wore it, pakuri. She's far, far younger than my wife. But my wife is in the house. Here I have to do my work. I have to save my investment. If I need to kneel down, if I need to roll on the floor, whatever I can do to get the job done. Now it's done, it's gone. I've cut my teeth. If she calls me to, I say, get out. Nobody's going to say anything to me. But I had to do that to get the film done. So you need to know how to, you need to buy her pizza, buy her wine, call her boyfriend to come and see her, or give her flowers, bra. Do whatever you need to do to get your film done. It's a business, thank you.
Next.
I'm called Alexander Rikio. I'm an actor and retired comedian.
Can you speak out? Project.
My name is Alexander Rikio. I'm an actor and retired comedian. This is my question. What advice would you give an actor who has been cast in a production whereby the script has some glitches, let's say grammatical errors? As an actor, you try to talk to the director, I say, some of these lines here have this. You give some suggestions, and a clown in the movie. So what advice would you give us?
But you are a clown, though, naturally, right? You're a clown naturally, right? Just kidding. I said, just kidding, just playing with you. Yeah, I totally understand what you're trying to say, right? And there are some, look, there's some good, there's some bad, and there's some uglies. It's everywhere. Not all directors are great. Not all directors know the work they do. Just the same as not all producers are good. Not all actors are good. So you could meet a director, it's either you decide to, okay, I'll act it the way he said it, or sorry sir, I can't do it. You drop the script and you move on. Depending on what matters to you. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that he imposes something that you don't like. Come on. Everything is on your phone these days. You have Google, you have everything there. You want to confirm that the grammar is wrong, it's on your phone. You show it to him, sir, it's wrong. Look at what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So it's entirely up to you. And if he decides that he doesn't want it that way, then fine. It's either you do it, make a fool of yourself, or you take a walk. But I can't tell you that all directors are all good, or they know what they're doing, or they are smart. No. And even if you believe that, then you're a fool. Bottom line. So this will be the last question for the day. Thank you.
Finally, I have the microphone. I have two questions. First, in fact, I had three and he asked one. Mine is going to be a little bit more personal. I want to know what could be the most challenging aspect that you have faced as an actor. Yeah, then the second one is, just want to clarify what time we're going to have lunch.
You want to find out where you're going to have lunch? You said, what's the first question? You said what?
The most challenging aspect that you have faced as an actor.
Well, I've shared that already. Yes, I have. It was one of the first questions that we answered in the beginning of this Q&A. My challenges of facing, of being an actor was basically what happened to me on set when they were taking shots of me, and he even also reiterated it in one of his, when he was speaking, when I found myself on set and I gave all my emotions out to the best of my capability, but it wasn't well captured, you know. It lacked everything that I put all my efforts to bring it out. I didn't see it based on maybe sound, bad sound, composition of the camera and the score and all of that. And I thought to myself that it was what made me decide to go wearing directorial cap, that whenever I act, I'll make sure I get the best of my actors and, you know, to make sure I bring out the best out of them when they're performing. So you see the whole emotions, because it's very important to me. That's the only challenge. And yours will be the last. Let's go.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Chris, this is Ramsey. This is for you. You as an actor who is now a director. First of all, my name is Unisa Chan.
I'm still an actor.
Yeah, my name is Unisa Chan. I'm a director and a writer. So I've been analyzing the film, the one on Netflix, Bondage, and I was trying to discover, like, what are your directing styles? What inspired you? I wanted to see whether I will be able to see, because as a director now, I want you to give us the young aspiring directors who are trying to come up, and I want you, what advice would you give us? Because we all have styles. Me, first of all, I love actions, yeah? And I don't want to direct just anything. I want to direct action films. I want to action dramas, just action everywhere. Like him, Chris kills everywhere. In all the movies he's killing. Yeah? Yeah, so I want to slaughter people. And even even in my writing styles, I do a lot of psychology. I'm a surgeon by profession, but that is a side. I mean, by training. But I do a lot of, I create a lot of monsters, and that's what I enjoy. I enjoy building characters that are unusual. that are monsters, you know. Even the best one are always uniquely created in my own creative identity. I love doing that. So as a director, I have a certain styles I want to portray, and like you said, I will start small and grow. But what advice would you give to someone like me who is looking towards a direction that probably doesn't exist in our industry here yet, but is determined to do something that defines their identity, that is authentically original to their creativity? Thank you.
All right, it's a nice one. She wants to know how to, just for the benefit of those of you behind there that didn't hear the question, she says she wants to know how best to direct her content, you know, and how I got to direct mine and what got me involved. First, I'm very happy that you know your genre. So you like action, bah? She likes action, so she likes creating monsters and all of those things. You already know your genre. That's a step in. A lot of directors don't. Right? Now, directing is a major class. Because directing is the arm of filmmaking that is the most difficult of it all. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It's either a make or a mar, right? Why I say it's the most difficult is like, as a director, you must have an idea of the broad spectrum of life. So in a film that you're about to make, and there are different kind of characters, you have to do research on all of them. In your film, maybe you have a chef as a character. In the film, you have a surgeon as a character. You have a pilot. You have everything. You need to have an understanding what it's like. You need to now create a character Bible for each of those characters and find out what really happens. So it's a lot of work. Then you talk about palettes, the color palettes that you want to use. You talk about all those details. Then you want to talk about how the actors will perform the different characters that you have given them. It's a lot of work. When you want to go into action, action is like, for instance, I'll give you an idea what action is. So in a normal regular drama film sequence, if I'm doing a scene here in a drama with about 4 or 5 people, right? In a drama sequence, basically, by the end of the day, if I give you my shot list will probably encompasses maybe like 10 shots maximum. 10 different angles maximum. If it's an action sequence of the same 5 people, in the same 5 room, in the same single room, your shot list will be like 50. Because in action, you need as many shots as possible, right? Now, with that said, you realize the amount of work it's probably going to take you. First, you know that you're going to train your actors. You drill them because you tell them, the kick, you kick there. Kick it again. Kick it for this shot. Kick it again, over and over again, right? So you're going to burn them out. Then you think about the money involved. How much you'll put. Can you achieve those things before the end of the timeline to finish filming, right? So my opinion and my take to you, we've mentioned it earlier today, start with 5 minutes action sequence, short film. Go to 10, go to 15, go to 25 minutes. Start small. Look at it. The 5 minutes one, I missed this shot. I should have taken that shot. Do a 10 minutes one again. Put all those things together. Start on that small scale. It helps you grow. That's the way you can achieve what you want to achieve. The other details involved is quite elaborate. I can't go into all the details of saying you want to shoot action sequence, but you have to learn who you're shooting it for. Are you trying to be like the Americans that did it, or you want to be Ugandan? And if you want to be Ugandan, you have to shoot the action sequence as in a scenario in Uganda. So don't go and replicate a scenario from Hollywood to shoot in Uganda. You go off. It will seem off. It will be very obvious that you saw that shot in other films. That's why you're using it, right? So those are the details. I don't want to go into all that one because it's a long thing when it comes to directing. But I hope I answered that question. Would it be you last? All right. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Peli, and my question is, you talked about how you were really tired of being the lover boy.
Mm-hmm.
And I, for one, am really tired of, not that I'm complaining, but I'm really tired of playing, sorry.
it's fine. Really? Very unpatriotic. Sorry, go on.
Okay, as I was saying, I'm really tired of playing a teenager. I've played a teenager from when I was 19 and...
You used to have got out flesh now. Get small body.
I am trying. So what I'm asking is, how do you outgrow, how do you escape certain roles that you've been doing for like over 5 or 7 years later?
You see, he's a producer. I'm sure he can give you an insight to why there's always stereotypes. In the beginning of Hollywood, right, directors were very passionate about directing films out of love, out of the innate creativity in them, right? They weren't really concerned about wanting to make money back. Yeah? It was the passion to just do a good story back then in Hollywood. Today, filmmaking has become such a serious art. Like it's not like before. Back then, directors, filmmakers, actors, it was an easy, it was a, how do I call it? They made it seem like very playful. It was natural. They didn't make it seem too hard. Right now, actors have time limit. They're giving directors and producers, oh, I can only be on your set for just 1 week or 3 days or 5 days. Okay, we'll squeeze all your shoots here. We'll make sure we finish all your shoot. So everything has become, rather than, easy and, playfully going, to very businesslike. It's not the same anymore. So for you now, there's always that stereotype for producers to see, oh yeah, because they know you're good at this, you already have a fan base. And that fan base is what producers tap into so that they can get people to watch it based on what your fan base is, so they can recoup their investment on the back end. Do you understand? Hence the stereotype. That's what producers do. When I decided I picked the cap and the hat of a director, I discovered all these things. When I was sitting back and I was just an actor, I didn't realize what it takes or what it took, to make films. I was also just like you. I always played the victim. I was like saying, why would they do this? What is stereotype? Or the lover boy, the lover boy. They had to just make their money back. So I took the bull by the horn when I decided personally to make my movie to change my own trajectory of being a lover boy, stereotype lover boy. I created a character for myself and I played it as best as I could, and it worked for me. That was the only way I was able to break it. You might find a partner in her as a director. You understand what I'm saying? And you guys are just partners. Maybe you become an actor, she's a director or a producer, and you come together and decide to make a movie. You create a story, you create your character, and you could do something out of it. But that I can talk to producers in Uganda right now and tell them, oh, stop stereotyping actors. It will not even it wouldn't even work in the country where I'm coming from. It will not even work in Nigeria where I'm coming from. It will not. Nobody will listen to me because they have to make back their investment. Do you understand? Yeah. So that's how it works. With that said, thank you guys. We're going to call it a day. It's 3:30. I hope we had something to go by. No, guys, just sit down. Don't move. Don't breathe. Sit. Cameraman. I want.
Sauti Plus mobile app, a safe space for the young people with reliable, accurate, and convenient sexual and reproductive health and rights information for young people. Get advice from the Sauti Plus Center and tailored stories on sexual and reproductive health and rights topics. Check out the latest program, entertainment, internship vacancies, and conference opportunities straight on your phone. Discover the closest youth-friendly center to you to access your services. Don't be left behind. Download the app now. Sauti Plus, reliable, accurate, and convenient.
And take a stand. Father, let your girl learn and make a plan. Let her learn to ask, raise a hand. Not in anger, less lies, more candor. Protect those who will raise the future. Get money, get books, get a tutor. Stay smart, stay strong, this is crucial. Pregnancy can't come between you and your future.
Where I come from, every child is a nation. Give them the energy and company. No fingers, we sing like what it is and no so called so much. Every girl is an angel. Abaksham, you know so called a oh so called a baleke, bakule, future generation. Bakule, lifting my nation. Have a little faith if you believe you can make it. Nobody's perfect, but if you try, you can do better. Them say tree only bends when young, so we have to straighten them up from the start. Paint a better picture, post a better photo, give a good example. E.g., what would you want to be in future? You can be anything, just follow your dreams. One day you'll make it, believe in yourself. What it is and not so called so much. Embuto ziba mazisa bubi bubi egonga tulisudde mu kabi gwe mwana muwola va kubiri bireka basajja bangi gye bali bireka bitabo bye bisooka na bidi future yaddo giba wabali. Girl, just get focused, you know you can solve